Okay, it's 7 o'clock. Call meeting order. Roll call, please.
Okay, those present, Mr. Young,
Here.
Mr. Ford,
Here.
Mr. Klaus,
Here.
Mr. Mayor,
Here.
Mr. Perry.
Here.
Okay, second item on the agenda is approval of minutes of September 2nd, October 13th, October 28th, and November 2nd.
Make those move all 3 minutes.
There's 4.
All 4 minutes. Let's look at the notes here. Okay. For the minutes of October 13th, in there, if you'll look at what section B, under discussion and possible action. Let's see, that's September 2nd.
First order of bus, Village Comment.
No, the financial report from the district accountant, section A, I guess. Okay.
Okay.
Discussion possible action, section 5. And we're talking about district auditor report. Okay, if you'll read that paragraph.
5 what? A?
5B.
5B.
It'll be on page 3 of the minutes. After Becky and I discussed this later, and we had done some due diligence on it. We followed up on it. We consulted 3 attorneys. These were informal opinions, but all 3 of them agreed. And we located a Attorney General's opinion. Find my notes here. Here we go. Is in short, what the Attorney General's opinion says is the way we handled the issue with Nathan's bid was perfectly legal. And so I'm going to make a motion to enter my email conversations with Becky and after the meeting, and also a copy of the Attorney General's opinion that we're relying on. And so it's to make it perfectly clear, if anybody has questions about that there should not be any questions. Okay? You have to learn to read lawyer, but anyway, you may want to look at that.
And Becky concurred?
Yeah. In fact, Becky's report that the final audit report she gave us does not mention that at all, because it wasn't an issue for her. Otherwise, she would have been required to report it. She had apparently been under a been misinformed. Of course, we had already researched this before the meeting, or before we ever took that vote, actually. But anyway, she had apparently been misinformed about it. And so came on a little strong in the meeting, but she, anyway, changed her mind after she saw the evidence. Okay? So I'm going to make a motion, if you want to see.
Well, we've got a motion on the floor right now. We need to take care of it first, unless you wanted to withdraw it. Does he need?
He can withdraw it, or we can vote on it if you choose.
Okay, well, does yours need to be done first?
Yeah.
Okay, Buford withdrew his motion.
Okay.
So,
Then I will make a motion to enter the Attorney General's opinion.
I'll second. And the correspondence.
Into the correspondence, or notes with the correspondence, and the correspondence between Becky and I.
so that would go in these minutes, is that what
Be
you're
go
saying?
in inserted with the minutes, because that really, as it reads, does not, it leaves some questions there that really didn't need.
That's called amendment to the minutes.
Amendment to the minutes, I guess. And that would be for the October 13th meeting.
Now I'll make motions to approve all four
Wait,
with amendments.
wait, let's take care of this motion first. You second.
I'll second.
Okay. Is this where we need to do that, or does it need to be stated in tonight's minutes?
I don't know.
I think that we shouldn't be amending minutes from previous meetings,
Yeah.
because these are the minutes from that meeting. I think that we should
But we do all the time, don't we?
no, I think that we should
If there's an error,
include
we
this
do.
discussion in today's
That was the
minutes.
discussion that took place,
Okay.
but I think I agree with you, Christie, it needs to be in tonight's minutes.
Okay,
it will.
I don't care.
Okay,
We can add it to tonight's minutes for that matter.
so. we have a
I'll
motion.
deal with the other 3 minutes, and then we will deal with the October 13th. Well, I don't think really that you need to approve the minutes. I mean, you can have a, what can you
So don't
do?
we-
Maybe not
Well, the
approve the
minutes
minutes
actually were-
of the
Don't we
13th.
normally have to approve of the
Yeah.
minutes that we have?
We've always.
But you're not,
Minutes is typed, do they not actually reflect actually what took place at the meeting?
that's true.
That's what actually took place, what happened. So that's a record of what happened.
Yes.
And then this could be tonight entered in as a correction, you know, to
Or as a supplement to that?
a sub, well, whatever.
It's an amendment to the minutes. It's an amendment, not a correction. It's an amendment to it.
Okay.
Is what it amounts to.
The only time we do an
I'm not sure
amendment
if
to
you
it,
do amendment.
the only time that we do any revision of the minutes is if there's a correction. Or if something was got misstated or something like that or whatever, and it needed to be a correction.
Yes, and we're not correcting the minutes of the October 13th meeting. We are
Clarifying?
clarifying them in this discussion tonight.
Okay.
Probably
I'm fine with that.
So, on the agenda tonight on approval of the minutes, we can add to that, there was clarification.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, what we'll do then, if you'll withdraw your second. I'll withdraw. If you'll withdraw your motion, Mike.
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Then you will know then the
That
rest,
there's
the
clarification.
clarification of the minutes.
Yes.
Okay, now we can approve all of them.
Okay, move to approve all four of the amendments, the minutes as stated earlier.
Okay. I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the 4 meetings as written. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Financial reports. Looks like as of October 31st, We look on page 2 there, like our sales tax money is at $234,000. Certificates of deposit are $209. Total assets is $526,619. Question on that page? On page 3, statement of activities, revenues, operating expenditures, net operating expenditures, excess revenue over expenditures of $317,504. Page 4, budget to actual. This is a third of the way through our budget year. We're sitting, I think, pretty good there. Does somebody see something greater than I don't see? Page 5. Personnel services. Should that be personnel or personal services?
I say it should be personnel, but it's just personal, but.
That's just my personal opinion about the
Program,
program.
just say personal services or something.
It's always been personal. I keep saying
Program,
just
just say
say it
personal
up there.
services.
It should say personnel. What do you think?
Okay.
What do you think?
Well, payments for personal services, I guess a wage would be a personal service if you're working for the district. I don't know. Just ask Dolly.
We could approve it either way, but I think it'll be personnel.
You're right.
She may have a reason, Paula may have a reason why she's wanting to do it that way.
Whatever it is, it's fine. Okay, any question on page 5? Page 6 is supporting schedule of maintenance. Looks like firefighting equipment is hit pretty hard there. Is that because of the bumper gear that we bought?
No.
Pardon?
New ones.
On page 6,
Yeah.
firefighting equipment, was that the bumper gear reason we
Yes.
sold that area?
That's over.
That should be on 7 on uniforms and buckers. Firefighting equipment.
We buy some equipment that hose.
No. Uniform buckers on the next page.
What's,
Firefighting equipment?
what's the price tag?
Well, we spent,
We spent 3/4 of our budget already,
Yeah.
What's the total?
15,000.
15,480 is what we.
wait, I read that back.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, that's right, we spent 3/4 of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spent about 15,500, Joe.
15,500.
You know what that is?
Well, that would have to be your bunker gear purchase, and then
No, actually,
half of our gear went in for required service testing.
That's under
that's
services
uniforms
and
and
supplies,
buckers.
And then I'm not sure what we spent 1,500 on.
15,000.
50,000.
We spent 26,000 on uniforms and bunker gear,
Yeah.
so that's gonna count towards that side.
This is specifically for firefighting equipment.
I don't know. I'll have to do some digging and find out what
Okay,
that
find
is.
out what that is. Okay,
That has to be since the
Uniform
first
buckers budget.
of July, they have.
Yeah, that's what I say. I don't do anything on firefighting equipment. We replaced that.
Or we check, or we charge something to that area.
Got a vehicle?
okay, the next
Like
category
bar.
is, next category on page 7 is hit pretty
That'd be under
hard.
maintenance. No, it's not on there.
Page 7, uniform bumpers. We spent $26,000.
That was in that, but that wasn't in that budget.
Got $3,400 left for uniform and bumpers.
Yeah. That's because of the wildland gear and the bumper gear we did first.
So we spent more than half of that in 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Breaks on that a little bit.
7 cents a bumper gear puts a hit on that pretty quick.
Page 8, supporting schedule of administrative and general. County services, that hit us pretty hard in vacancy, bulk of that hit. Okay. Any questions?
Would you like an opinion on what happened on firefighting equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine Autumn moved some money around in that category. Should maybe cover building maintenance or vehicle maintenance? No, not vehicle, excuse me, but, maybe building.
I can see it, but you think she would do that without telling us? That's quite a bit to move.
It's within the same category, so
Yeah.
it's just making things look good.
They shift stuff around in category.
Can you check with her?
I will.
Yeah, and she does it all the time, just to,
Usually not that much, though. That's a lot.
yeah, I mean, she can,
She can do it, yes, but usually she lets us know, I think.
well, she did.
Okay.
Do I hear a motion to accept the district accountant's report?
So moved.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the district accountant's report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Maybe they'll show up next month and ask them for Christmas.
Next item is consider and approve purchase order request.
We have one request tonight for outside training. Logan Ward wants to take his advanced EMT class. And you'll see the impact on the training budget, $1,600, which we've got that in training, so that's no problem on that right there. He has asked for overtime pay for the class periods that aren't covered on duty. I told him that as long as Blake was on duty, we would allow him to go to class during the day and he would come back and work the remainder of his shift. This, the overtime, the extra 200 hours consists of the days that he is not on duty.
That's over about 4-month period.
January to middle of May.
See, now, what level of service are we presenting right now? I mean,
We're an emergency response agency.
so
We've got
we're not
personnel.
certified for advanced EMT.
No, we are.
We are.
That's what I'm saying. We're an emergency response agency, not an emergency medical responder. Don't get that confused. We have personnel from the emergency medical responder level all the way up to the paramedic level. Anything above the basic level, we have advanced protocols. There's
That we
3 of
can
us
use.
that we can use. We've been approved by the medical director as well as the state Department of Health.
How many other advanced EMTs do we have?
We have 2 intermediate 85s. Intermediate 85 is a step below the advanced EMT. 2 years ago, National Registry came out and did away with intermediate 85 and put in the advanced EMT level, which takes basically the intermediate 85 up to just below the paramedic level. The state still recognizes the intermediate 85. So Dale Scribner and Scott Hill has retained their intermediate 85. They are eligible to take the test to move up to the advanced intermediate. So we can work in an advanced level through our individual protocols, and we do.
What kind of difference do you see in those levels from our basic to the advanced? What more can we do?
The advanced, we're able to start IVs, intubate, give D50, which we run quite a few calls. I should have actually totaled up how many diabetic sick calls we ran. We ran one last week. I was able to start the IV, give the lady D50. She came out of it, no transport. You know, it is going to be for the betterment of the district, because, you know, that's going to give us another person that's able to start IVs on another shift. That'll have us 2 shifts covered, you know, where we can provide advanced care, both in the airway as well as the IV access, stuff like that.
Well, it's different for us to pay that much overtime for somebody to go to training, because we're not used to doing that. I mean,
One other question about training. Can you ask Autumn, because what it's showing in the report that they sent to us here, we had an $8,000 budget set for training, and she's showing we got $7,952 still left in it.
That's right. We have, all of the classes, I understand, have been no charge so far.
Yeah, most classes have been no charge, and the classes that we did approve the purchase orders for, according to the handbook, which is the last page behind that, it says eligible firefighters must seek approval from the fire chief and must show purchase of attendance before education benefits are distributed.
Right.
Therefore,
So the
they pay for
money's,
the class, they complete the class, and then they're reimbursed for the class.
but the money's committed already.
But the money's committed, yeah, it just hadn't been
I was
put
gonna
out
say,
that's why it's
because I
still-
know we've done it, we've made commitments, but
Mhm.
until the expenditure has been made, it's the reason why we still have the money left in our. So it's really hard to monitor how much is really in, how much we've already committed to, what I'm saying at this
Well,
point. Because we've done a number of training requests this year, I mean a bunch.
I've kept track pretty
So
good
have
of where
you-
we're at, and we've still got plenty of money in
So
the
we're
training
good,
budget.
okay,
Yeah,
all
we're
right,
good.
that's all I was asking.
And the training budget on that right there. On the training side of it,
The overtime would come out of the,
That's how personnel services.
that's going to come out of personnel services.
So,
That's out of my hands.
I understand. Do we know how much overtime we've already spent this year, this budget? We have that separate, is that separated?
I don't think we had a category for overtime.
Right.
did we?
We didn't, that's the thing, you know, I'm trying to
Well, we
keep track of
figured
how
in-
much so we can put it in next year.
But we did put in a figure for budget for overtime when we were calculating it.
Yes.
You and I were doing it. We did figure one. But what I'm saying is that unless we can actually keep it separate somewhere or another, it might be something that we're gonna have to start keeping an eye on, Christie, to know, so that we can, somewhere or another, have an idea where we're at. And, you know, if we get into grass fire season here,
Yeah.
I mean, we can run overtime like there ain't no tomorrow. I mean, you know, we just gotta do what we gotta do.
Right.
But as far as being able to monitor a budget and everything, it might be nice if we were able to keep a separate total somewhere or another on our overtime budget, okay?
So the handbook says that we'll reimburse them after they successfully completed the class.
Right, you have a copy of the
Right.
handbook right out of the handbook.
But if they don't complete the class, and Logan, I'm not questioning your ability to complete the class, if they don't complete the class, then we're still out a lot of overtime money. Logan, what are your plans? What are your career plans for Oak Cliff? How does Oak Cliff fit in your long-term goal, short-term goal for your career? How long are you gonna be here is what I'm asking.
Well, it depends on the
Okay.
contract, how many more paid guys, how many,
Okay,
I mean, nothing's definite. I mean,
understood. Are you actively looking for a full-time position in other departments right now?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay. My concern is that if we, and again, Logan, this has nothing to do with you personally. If we, I'm concerned if we set a precedent now that later on we could get in a pickle where guys are showing up to Oak Cliff because they pay for training, and they'll pay you extra to go to training. And then all of a sudden, we've got guys coming through here just as a stopping off point onto Oklahoma City or Edmond or elsewhere.
I don't know how you stop that.
I know, but what we can do is prevent our district from losing a ton of money in, say, overtime by guys that aren't going to be retained. I think retention is something we need to consider, because if we're footing the bill, we need to get as much of that value of those dollars out of it.
I think about the only way you could even have an impact on that is say, no advanced training until you've been here 2 years or 3 years.
The precedence has already been set. We've already been paying overtime for trainings.
Where?
Just this last month, we played.
Firefighter two for Blake, Hudson
And
Miller,
fire officer one for Blake.
fire officer for Blake, absolutely.
We've already paid for overtime once for me to go to driver operator training. And Joe and Dale.
So because we've done that once or twice, you feel like we should do that indefinitely?
Yeah. Why go back and forth? I mean, why?
Why go back and forth? Because it costs a lot of money for a guy to go through training here and get paid overtime and then decide to leave. That's why. My thought is kind of similar to what you were saying. I have a time requirement, but what about a non-compete after the fact? Okay, if you want to go to this training, you've got to be here for 2 years, sign a contract. Non-compete, if you do leave, you can't go to another fire department or medical service to utilize what we paid for.
You couldn't do that, that would ruin people's.
But are we under a union contract?
Yes, we are.
No.
We're, not yet,
No, we're not under
We're not
a
yet.
union contract right now.
not yet,
So,
but we will be.
so now would be the time to make the right decision.
Well, a contract proves that, don't it? Union contract proves something like that. That's the question.
You know, I see what you're saying, I understand, it's a lot of money. I think a small department like ours that's got good training, that's a problem we have to deal with. And whether we have a policy in place to cover that or not have a policy in place, you know, it does enhance the level of service that we have, you know. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And the service is what it's all about. How does it improve the district? And what does it cost us to get there? You know, we don't have bottomless pockets or anything. We do have a certain amount of money that we have to look after.
My concern
Without a
is,
policy in place, you know, I think, I could see where it look, you know, I know what you're saying, I know what you're saying, you know, and I want to be fair about it, so I don't know which way to go on it.
Can I say something? Sure. If you don't mind. If we sent Logan, let's say, or anyone to intermediate, and they only stayed 1 month after getting it, they saved one life in that 1 month, would it not be worth a little bit of money?
Yeah, they won't be able to, you say you stayed 1 month after they get it. Well,
I mean, but if they saved one life, it's hypothetical, but if
That's
they
a
did save one life in that 1 month,
yeah, that's a hypothetical, but we're not talking
but they could
about,
stay 10 years, and if we don't give the training, they're gonna leave.
but we're not talking about hypothetical dollars.
No, we're not.
We're talking about actual dollars that we have to budget for.
and I mean, you could make the same argument if we stopped all highway traffic to save all the lives that are lost on the highway. That would be a great thing, right?
No.
Oh,
I see where you're coming
exactly.
from. But
Exactly.
what I'm saying
So-
is, you all live in our district, would you personally not want to have the most trained, medically at least, personnel in this district?
Absolutely agree
Absolutely.
with
And
you.
if we will
However-
train these people, including myself, I'm gonna hit you up in a couple months anyway, so just be
Well,
ready
that's,
for it.
that's what I'm saying, but this is $5,000.
Right.
So he wants $5,000, you want $5,000, he wants $5,000, he wants $5,000. We don't have that kind of money in the budget.
It's a one-time $5,000 payment, it's a
For
one-time
him.
deal.
And then for you,
Right.
and for Scott, and for Joe, and for Darren, and every other firefighter that comes through here. And so what we're looking at is some Joe Blow that comes in off the street, gets on at Oak Cliff,
Okay,
spends a month or two here, takes advantage of what we're offering, good training to benefit our district, and then moves out because he got hired by Edmund.
look at the people you've already put through intermediate. There's 3 people we've already put through intermediate, 2 of them are still sitting here right
But
now.
it's not the same
And that was
level
years
of
ago.
intermediate, is it?
It is kind of, they just changed the name of it. And they're making you take a bridge, like a test.
Drugs and intermediate cannot. That's the only difference whatsoever.
Yeah, we've already taken the training we need, we just have to go sign up and take a test, which is a pain, we have till 2017 to do it. But my argument is, medically, because that's the majority of our calls anyway, you all live in our district. I know for me personally, if I go down on the call, I want the most trained guys there to help me. And I don't care if it's $5,000. I don't care if it's $10,000.
I don't think any of us disagree that the training is valuable and that we're willing to do the training. I think the question of overtime is more prevalent right now because that's something we are providing you. It's a benefit to you for the rest of your career, for the rest of the time that you guys keep that license. So, like Tim, for instance, who paid for your paramedic?
I did,
And whose time did you do it on?
my own.
Okay. Why would we want to assume that responsibility to cover extra time for something that you're going to have for the rest of that license?
Because it's just, it's not even about us or about you or about the money. It's about the people in our district. That's the whole reason we're here.
Trust me.
And that's why
really
you're
love the people in our
allocated
district,
to deal with their
but
money.
We're dealing with the dollars. And that's why we're
Right.
trying to iron out the best way to do this. And we're not trying to limit anyone. We're trying to make the best financial decision for the district.
And what do you think anyone in our district would say?
Defense for not providing training, looking at the amount of money that's.
We didn't say we we're providing training, it's overtime.
I understand.
So why wouldn't you do the
Not
training
even a
on the
question about
time?
training.
Why aren't you
Because
interested in just getting the training done on your own time if we pay for it?
Because I did it on my own time.
Getting the training done.
If we pay for it on your own time?
And now with as expensive things are, I have to have 2 jobs to make ends meet. We're not getting rich here, so the overtime is just helping us supplement what we would be making at our other job. So that I can still pay the bills and keep food on the table.
But you guys approved last month for Blake for a couple classes. So, I mean,
I was at Evan for years, and the training is rarely ever denied. It's not ever a question. It's just about the overtime, okay? Carol, we have to provide training for you and for the volunteers and for everybody else that works here, not just for these 4 or 5 guys that are paid, okay? We have to run and maintain the entire budget here. So we have to be able to provide training for everybody. It's not about the training part of it, it's about the overtime part of it. That's the only thing that's in question here. I don't know if all you guys are getting that or hearing it, but that's really all they're talking about. And we're not ever saying about anybody, and nobody's ever denied anybody, opportunity to come up here. Even there was one class that Logan that we turned down that he wanted to come to, okay? It was for him to be, it was like a fire officer course or something like that. So somebody that hadn't even, been on the department for a year. And, we just didn't feel like that was applicable right now at this time with our budget for him to take that course. That was our decision and our judgment. But it wasn't necessary that he couldn't attend the training. We were having it right here. He could come to it. He just wanted us to pay him overtime to come to it on his days off. We didn't say he couldn't go to training. He was more willing to, just like you would as a volunteer, Darren. If you wanted to come to
Brandon's
it.
been approved for some training.
Sure.
On his off duty.
I just think it's
But we're
hard
not
to
paying you
accept
overtime to come to it. That's all.
budget. I think it's hard to accept money as a defense to not provide overtime or training when we look at how much money is being pumped through Station 1. That's what I think is hard to accept.
If you were to pay everybody overtime for everything, we wouldn't have the money flowing
there
through
wouldn't be
Station
any
1.
money at all.
I mean, we're trying to make sure that we have money to put towards the other things, the bunker gear, the wildland gear, the apparatus, whatever.
There's only 4 of us that are paid that would be getting overtime.
Understand?
So,
And times 5.
Today, we're supposed to got 2 more
Right,
budgeted.
but these are still one-time classes, it's not a revolving amount. $5,000 in the grand scheme of our budget is a very minute percentage.
I don't disagree with that.
So, but that minute percentage might be the difference in someone's life.
The overtime is gonna depend on.
Because there's people that
determine somebody's
can't,
life?
because I know personally, if I want to go to paramedic school, I can't take off that many hours from my other job and still be able to make it.
So we're talking about Logan's deal right now. Chief, didn't you say that Logan could go if Blake was on shift
Yes.
during duty hours?
During his duty hours, yes.
Okay, so now it's kind of a moot point, overtime. If you're doing it on,
But it's not all on
The-
duty.
yeah, there'll be
It's not
days
all
that he-
Fridays for 4 months. He's not gonna hit every Monday and Friday for 4 months.
understood.
There's gonna be some
There's gonna be
days
some
when-
that he's off duty.
The overtime's for the off-duty days.
I'd like to add something. I worked for a private company in their accounting department, and they were more than happy to pay the tuition and books for me to go to school in the evenings. I would work all day and go to school in the evening. They did not pay me to go to school in the evening, but they paid for my books and tuition. I didn't expect them to pay my wages to go to school. I benefited from the degree I got. They benefited from the degree that I got by the work that I provided them. And I didn't expect them to pay my wages.
And that's been my experience too.
That's not the fire service. Never mind, I'm done. You heard my point.
Thank you.
I'll back out.
Well, this wasn't an issue when it was a total volunteer department, but now we're moving to full-time people, it's a different set of rules.
So what's the stop, where's the line where you pay
I don't-
certain guys to
I don't know.
overtime and don't pay certain guys?
I guess if firefighters don't like it, there's other fire departments. I mean, I know that's a mean thing to say, and it might, you might be offended by it. I'm not trying to offend you, I'm just saying, we've got to make a financial decision here, and we're not going to make everybody happy, I guarantee it.
Am I
Okay,
wrong
And
in
I
saying,
will say that last time, when they did approve that for Blake, they said they would consider it on a case-by-case situation.
am I
Doesn't
wrong
mean
in
that anything
saying,
that you guys ask for, you're gonna get in training. okay?
I think,
So I don't know where that ever came from or what, I mean, you say there's a precedence, just because you request training doesn't mean they're all gonna be approved.
right? Am I
You
wrong
ought to
in-
know that if anybody, because yours was denied, one of them was. So,
Am I wrong in saying that there's been 2 more paid firefighters in the budget since July?
No, you're not wrong.
What is wrong with taking overtime out of the wages between then and now? That's not gonna be spent on the 2 paid firefighters because they're not here.
why should we pay for you to further your career?
Because it may be here, 25, 30 years.
That's a lot of money for a mate.
Who's saying they won't be here?
It's not a huge amount of money. And it's gonna happen again. You can bet on that. It's one of those things that we don't know how much we budgeted overtime. We did budget some overtime.
we don't have all the facts, that's being truthful about it, the way we're set up and the way we're structured. And regardless of whether you guys like it or not, this is all new to all of us. We're trying. It's very painful trying to go through what we've been trying to go through. I've explained that from day one when we started hiring somebody here. When you start integrating and bringing in services where you have part of you paid and part of you volunteers, it's very difficult. And you can't have just one blanket set of rules that just wide open covers everything. And we're all learning as we go through this thing. We really are trying to be fair to everybody involved. So, you know, it's not like that, and I don't want you to feel like that it is, because it's not. But I really don't have all the facts either. That's why I talked about Chrissy. We're gonna have to try to monitor some of it and find out, you know, how much overtime actually we've got. But there's a lot of things to be considered too.
Well, I think.
Question, can I say something?
Sure.
I took advance, and I believe it was either paid for by state, or I think we ended up paying for it.
We paid for it.
Yeah, I think we ended up paying for it because the grant that they had didn't go over to EMS, it was only for fire training.
The training part,
Yes.
and your books, yes.
Now, I work full-time job,
Sure.
and
You made it work.
the days, I can see where it's come from nobody paid me overtime to go to, to anything, and it benefited the department.
First 20 years of my career, we
And
didn't
I
pay
can see, where,
We
if
got
he's
training, we
working,
got it on our own. I paid for it.
if he's working, then, yeah, he can, that's training that he'll pay for. But I think all the other training
Well,
days he's gotta go.
I think the thing is, we're not requiring you to go to the course.
Oh, I know.
And that's the deal. That's his request. We're not requiring it. He's competent to do the level of skill that we have right now for someone who's, what, you get a year next month?
Full-time, yes, and volunteers.
He's got 3 years on the department.
Well,
So,
but I'm talking about as a full-time. Because
What's
that's the only
what's
time that would
difference in
involve,
service between a
that's the only
full-time
time that
and
would
volunteer?
involve
Why are you separating that?
time, overtime. Okay? So,
I believe it's to the benefit of the department to do that, even if we have to pay the overtime. And personally, I'm not opposed to paying the overtime, but I know what it does. It does continue to set a precedence. And each case has to be considered on its own merit, not what the last guy got or anything else, because there's always different circumstances to everything that comes along. So we've got to look at that. We did have some overtime figured in our budget. We did have 2 firefighters figured. You're not wrong. We haven't hired those yet. We've probably got the money to do this, but the precedence that it's setting, I think, is what we're dealing with. Nothing against you, Logan, at all. Because I think you're a great firefighter. You know what you're running your job well. You're a benefit to this department. So we're not saying that. This is the item that we're dealing with, not Logan. We're dealing with that. Okay, we need to separate the two. And I don't want you to think that we're picking on you if we don't approve this, or if we delay it, until such time we figure out what we're going to do. But the training starts in January, correct?
January 4th.
Okay.
What's the deadline to have all the paperwork submitted, all that stuff,
The paperwork deadline for him to make application to class was Monday, which he has already. The training budget more than compensates for the cost of the class, et cetera, et cetera. As far as his overtime pay, that can be, you guys.
and the chief has volunteered to make a accommodation for him to go to the class
On duty,
on
yes.
duty.
As long as Blake's on duty.
Does that minimize any of that 200 hours, or is that all, for sure, all
The
students?
class is a 395-hour class.
Okay. And how many hours of that is going to be on duty for sure?
27 days of the class, he will not be on duty.
27 times 8.
That
So
doesn't
it's a
count,
month, basically.
that does not count the clinicals. You cannot, by state law, I believe you cannot be paid for clinicals, so that's on my own time.
Yeah.
So that's another 96 hours.
That's a hard class to go through. That's a lot of training. I'm not opposed to approving it.
Why don't you call for a motion, Dwight?
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the training based on what was laid out in the handbook, that we reimburse upon completion, successful completion, that he passes the training and passes the National Registry, and not to include overtime in that. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
We got a motion and a second. Can you take a shot at that, what you said?
I can. Mr. Klaus made a motion to approve the training, reimbursement on successful completion, and passing the training in National Register.
So by your motion, you're saying you're approving the training, but you're not approving the overtime?
I think that's correct. I think the training should
Is
be
that in
on.
support of what the chief's suggestion was, that he be given time off when he's on duty?
That's between him and the chief.
That's between him and the chief.
I'm just just asking as a board member, or if you guys were in support of what he was suggesting, so.
Absolutely. If chief believes that
The chief thinks he's got it adequately covered without him.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
fine. Make an accommodation for those days. Best.
And Logan, the reason I don't feel that we should pay overtime is because this is something that you guys get to carry in your back pocket at any agency that you work for. So I think you need to have skin in the game. And skin in the game, in this case, is your own time. That's my opinion.
You're correct on some levels and you're not correct. I think it's all company dependent about whether they pay for training or not. You need to not just get out of Oak Cliff's narrow box of what we're going to do, survey and find out what the other departments are doing, because these are your competitors. If you're going to lose firefighters, you're going to lose them to the neighboring departments.
Are you saying you're going to walk out if you do this?
No, I'm saying, I'm trying to give you some advice on how to rectify the situation going forward, is to go out and solicit, find out from the other department, how do they handle this issue?
I think
Because that will be,
going forward, we'll be able to budget better.
I have talked to Guthrie Fire Department.
Well, I have a question for the chief here. Did you not create a policy that specifically dealt with this issue several months ago?
No.
Did not? It's not about not
That's
paying
when,
for
that's
training?
when the board said they were gonna take each training consideration
Case by
at each
case.
time, case by case. I did talk with the chief at Guthrie Fire Department. If it is a required training, they provide either overtime or comp time.
And I'm fine with
If it's not a required training, then it's done, they will take care of the class. And that was the same policy with the airport fire department. You know, I was allowed to go to paramedic class on duty, but I wasn't paid, you know, any time there. So, you know, we have talked to some departments and that's their policies on it. Required training, he brought up the pump ops class in May, yes. We're paying them overtime with that because I told them that they needed to go to that class, it would be a good class. And it did, it benefits the department, it's beneficial to their day-to-day job.
I agree. If it's required, by all means, we should pay overtime. I have no problem with that.
I mean, I will say this is going to be beneficial to the department.
Absolutely.
Is it required? I'm not requiring it, but it is benefit to the department and the district.
It's already been voted on.
We haven't voted on the motion.
No.
You second, and we haven't voted.
Yeah, we've got a motion and a second. Okay, the motion states basically that we will pay for the tuition, but we won't pay for overtime, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Was that let's get a hand count on that. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Okay, all those not in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
I'm just gonna abstain.
Okay.
I don't feel like I got enough information to be able to make a vote on it.
The
Make proper
motion
information.
passes by a vote of 3-1 and 1 abstention. Okay, that's where we're at.
Will there ever be a set in stone? Because fire officer wasn't required, instructor wasn't required, guys got paid overtime.
There's a difference between required and desired. And some of those things are desired, you know, for the positions. And I would, you know, the vote has been taken, that's the way it is. That's the way it's going to be, and so that's what we have to do.
The dollars spent for those other classes were not as much either.
A lot of variables, and we're not comparing apples to oranges with what you're presenting as far as your question goes.
Well, what I was asking, I realize it passed, I realize it doesn't matter, but will there ever be a set in stone guideline to?
As I understand it, it's case by case.
It's case by case, but there needs to be something narrowed down a little bit, you know.
Because it'll help us make.
And I understand your frustration, I really do.
And Logan, understand, this isn't anything personal, this isn't anything against any one of the firemen here, by any means. This is just a financial decision that I think,
You think the citizens of the district would agree with that decision?
I don't know. I think a lot of them would agree with the motion that just passed. That we shouldn't pay for a desired training
When it comes to I
overtime.
think it's a little different with medical than fire officer training or swiftwater training.
Depends on if your house is on fire, you're having a heart attack. It makes no difference. It's emergency services.
You guys are welcome to put in a resume and hop up here the next time a seat comes open if you guys want to get on board the way we're doing that.
Actually, not, because we're employees of.
Well, that's what, you'd have to resign your position, but you're welcome to do that. If
I made a
if you
choice.
live in the district, if you don't live in the district, you're not eligible, so.
Okay, any other people requests?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Next item on the agenda. Is consider approve, payment to the district.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody's got a copy. Our savings account balance as of September 30th, at the very beginning of October month there was $47,331.87. On the deposits and withdrawals listed there on the 6th, we got a first warrant from Logan County, $279.69. We're our leanest year months right now, so there's not very little income. On the 14th, I had to redeem a CD in order to pay because we didn't have enough in our money market to be able to cover it and everything. I had to redeem one of our CDs I did the ones from Farmers and Merchants Bank in order to be able to pay our bills. So I put $65,000 over in our checking account, and the balance of it was the $35,397.91, which was the $35,000 plus interest off the CD. That's not income, it's just transfer. On the 21st, I guess you guys got in a new batch of embroidery clothing and hats and all that stuff and everything, so there's been a number of clothing sales taking place. On that day, they totaled $162 on the 21st. And then Motorola, there was a rebate, I guess, off of something we bought.
Minotaur pagers that we bought.
Off the pagers is what it was. It's $400. And that was on the 21st also. And then we got our second warrant from Logan County for tax for a whole $143.51. I think that's our smallest one of the year. So that'll start getting bigger here pretty quick. Again, on the 22nd, there was additional clothing sales took place. It was $261 worth. And then on the 26th, we had additional clothing sales took place, and that was $112. And then on the 27th, Paychex gave us a credit, and they did a direct deposit on it for administration fees. And that was where it was being miscalculated, and Tim and Christie had worked with them on that, and they actually reimbursed the district back for services that were not actually being paid, for $2,755.82. Then on the 31st, at the end of the month there, we collected a little bit of interest, $27.91 on that account. And our total savings as of October 31st then was $84,115.89. Our operating checking account there, we had $4,073.63 as of the 31st. And our petty cash account, we had $494.05 there at the end of the month. And we still have two remaining CDs there. We earned, the oldest one we have there at Oklahoma State Bank, we earned $100.17 in interest. It's now redeemable value of $107,904.31. The other one that we have there at Oklahoma State Bank, we earned $78.25 in interest on it. It's now redeemable value of $102,445.10. The total of savings, the checking, our petty cash account, and the two CDs, total available funds we have available is $299,032.98. Is there any questions?
When does the taxes start rolling again? Do we get in that in
December. Yeah, we got it.
January would be the biggest thing, I think.
Yeah, but we will actually have funds coming in starting in December. The insurance companies, most of them have those escrow accounts, and they start making their payments.
Yeah.
They'll start coming in by the second week in December. Christie will make the first deposit. It won't be any more of these $100, $200 bills. You'll start seeing some significant, revenue coming in. And by the second warrant they give us will be even better than that, and then after the first of the year will be the real big stuff.
Okay, do I hear a motion to accept payment to the district in the amount of $4,114.02? Okay, your second.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve payments to the district in the amount of $4,114.02. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next item is claims against the district. I have a question. What do we normally pay paychecks every month? I was kind of confused in here with me, we charge the credit this, and I just.
Well, the credit was the administration fee. So normally it would be those four amounts. Well, it depends on how many, weeks or pay periods are in the month.
Sometimes we have 3 pay periods in a month, and sometimes we only have 2.
But it's costing over $4,000 a pay period?
Yes, that's wages and taxes.
Oh, okay, that's not.
That's everything.
Okay,
That's
I
all
thought that-
payment to paychecks.
I thought that was payment for paychecks.
No.
They debit our account to pay for our salaried employees.
I see.
The pensions, the taxes, all the revenue, everything, and then they distribute the funds out.
That's
Well,
right.
that just relieved me a bunch, right?
Oh, no. Yeah, I need to get in the paychecks business, if that's what they're doing. I need to change what I'm doing.
Okay, then the next question I had is on comp stores for $15 for workers' compensation.
Uh-huh.
What was the $15?
Last month, we paid them $5,000 and something, and then they re-evaluated our account,
Audited it.
and we owed $15.
Okay. M&W Welding,
That was on that,
That's Carrie.
That's the,
no, it's Carrie.
Was that the
That's
SCBA
Guardrail.
station?
No, that's,
Oh,
that was on guardrail.
yeah.
guardrail on the south end.
All right, that's one question I've got on this question. Anybody else have any questions?
one thing I had noted, and I noticed in the deal, are the other things caused, it's just added expense, and I know it's because of the long runs we're having to make, but our fuel and oil budget, we're probably gonna make some adjustments on it too, because we're using more. We're already at almost 50% of our budget in going 4 months into the year. And that's just because we're making all the long runs. It's, burn a lot more fuel, so, than what we normally have.
We can't have free fuel, it's down a lot what it was a couple of years ago too.
Well, the price is down, but we're using more of it. I'm telling you, if you'll actually look at the fuel man deal, if you compare gallons, not just dollars, I bet you we're using a lot more fuel.
Just for that $4 rate, we'd be in trouble.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve payments, accept claims against the district, or pay claims against the district, in the amount of $57,371.63?
I'll make a motion, that amount.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve claims against the district in the amount of $57,371.63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Next item on the agenda is chief report.
All right, we had a total of 50 calls last month. We had 26 EMS and 24 fire. We just found it unusual. It was almost a 50-50 split.
Yeah.
But we ended up with 16 overlapping calls, which make that a 32% this month, which has been one of the higher months. Our Average response time, 9 minutes 47 seconds. EMS, 9 minutes 44 seconds. On fire, 2 minute 38 second turnout, 2 minute 26 second turnout on fire. Average on scene time, 43 minutes and 11 seconds. We did have a significant structure fire, estimated at a $250,000 loss. We did have aid received from Deer Creek, Woodcrest, and Edmond on that structure fire. We have assisted Woodcrest this month, as well as Deer Creek. Calls, we average 4 personnel per call during the month, almost 50 calls. Second sheet kind of lays out the percentage of calls made by personnel. We still got pretty much the top half, the same top half, making the majority of the calls. Other than that, we still got, you know, about 12 to 15 minute response time to Center and Simmons, which we did, at your house, remember, yeah. We did have a couple of cardiac arrests over there that didn't make it. We did have a save this month on an 88-year-old gentleman.
Great.
He was alive when we got him to the hospital. He was in cardiac arrest when we got there. And we did use some of our ALS skills on that. The innovation as well as the IV access and...
Use an IV drill or?
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, man, that's the only way to do
Sure.
it. That's our protocol on cardiac arrest and respiratory arrest is the IO.
Did you get to use that?
We haven't got them in yet.
Still haven't got it yet?
No, I said,
You're gonna have those.
well, we actually did use it. We used EMSIS.
Oh, you used EMSIS.
We used EMSIS. Ours haven't come in yet. I've actually contacted EMSIS.
Well, it was a good deal. I mean, what we got on it,
Yeah.
the price and all that. I just wanted.
Yeah, it's, you know, it could have been, that's the first time we've used it on cardiac arrest. That could have been what made the difference.
Everything else.
Everything helps. That's about all we got on it.
Thank you. Next item is discussion of Station 1 remodel. Want Our architect is here tonight, who is also
Don't know the architect, this is Kevin Galliard, I'm Trinity Architects.
I think a lot is cleared up, so.
You got it all cleared up?
I didn't say that. I said a lot is cleared up.
Just a little background, at the second meeting, the board requested that a few of the board members and myself meet with the architect to find out where we're at, how we got here, where we go. We did get together on Thursday morning. Really didn't get much further than where we got a lot of input on why we done what we did. Then a decision was made to try to contact the fire marshal, to have a meeting with the fire marshal, to sit down with everybody that was at that meeting. Called, left voicemail, sent.
They just laughed. We called.
Well, not on the recording. I didn't call that line.
We saw the south end of the north facing horse being.
Called, left a message, also followed up with an email. Got a response from him Monday, denial to have a meeting. But he did have some communication with Kevin, the architect, and I believe we got enough information to make another proposal.
Yes.
And I'd like for Kevin to.
So basically, he didn't want to talk to you or the board, he wanted to talk to the architect.
He didn't want to do that.
He didn't want to do that.
But I think we were able to feed enough. Bottom line is, I think I got an answer I can work with finally. That's the bottom line of this whole thing. And the hardest part of it is, I think he's right. And trust me, it kills me to say that. But you've got about 3 options, as I see it, not just one. They really, really, really want you to sprinkle the building, and I don't think you have to do that. I think you've got 3 options available.
with all that said, guys, this, I apologize, my printer was like a blue card right now.
You see the picture, okay?
Basically, and I think there was a little confusion over some review comments and discussions, and then finally we pried it out of it. But the bottom line is, the sleeping areas have to be sprinkled. There's no choice in that matter.
We knew that.
Yeah, there's no choice in that, so that's a given. The other is, if you exceed 5,000 square feet in an unsprinkled building, either it has to be sprinkled or you've got to separate out some of that area. Okay? That's the short answer. I think some of the confusion came in that when you're partially sprinkled, you get area increase, you do some of this, but bottom line is keep in mind 5,000 square feet. The total of that community area, and they're including the apparatus rooms within that, not just the area within the building. They're also including those, but with all that, you exceed the 5,000 square feet by probably a couple thousand square feet. Okay. So with that said, you can either sprinkle the building. I think your choices are either sprinkle the building, which is the absolute most expensive decision you can make, or we can create what's called the areas of separation. We can build some 2-hour walls that will separate pieces of the building. And in this building, you have direct exits outside. A lot of times I don't have a lot of that I can work with. On this, we've got some direct exits outside, so that helps us. So I think if you look at the colors on here, I've got two different options on it. The top one, using that corridor that we're creating, creates a rated corridor out of these different spaces. So once you're in that, you're in a rated corridor, you can get out. Okay? That breaks it into these 3 different areas with a green corridor. Okay? Now the other option is just to create a 2-hour wall separating the apparatus room, the north apparatus room, and that community room from the center portion, and then also having another 2-hour wall that separates the south apparatus room from the center portion. That would create those 3 areas. Now, the walls have to be 2-hour rated, and the doors and frames have to be 2-hour rated. Okay? I think that's probably, I'll leave it up to Carrie, but I think that's probably the easiest solution of all of them. That means the wall has to go to deck. It's got to have 2 layers of drywall. All the penetration's got to be sealed on. But I think that's probably going to be your simplest solution. The only other addition would be is if we create in that community room its own area, we would have to have another means of egress out of that directly outside, because we would no longer have this rated corridor. But that's easy enough to do. We've got that wall to do. It's already got one here. If we added another one over here, then we don't have to rely on that.
Second one on the west.
On the west, yeah. And they could still have a door having access to the restrooms, but that would not count as a means of egress. So that's okay. So we'd have these 2. We would probably also, I would let them tell us where to do it. We would probably also have to have one out in that apparatus room. We may have to put one over here in this corner.
I said that it already is one.
Oh, is there? Okay, well then we're there.
There's one.
And those doors don't have to be rated. So if there is one there, it counts no matter what. The only doors have to be rated are their interior doors. Once you exit directly outside, you don't have to get in the side ratings of the doors. So I think it's going to be easiest to handle it with questions then, but that's basically your 3 options on the table. Either we create areas of separation in a couple different ways, or you sprinkle the building. So, and I think building those 2, the thing is about the one between the south apparatus room and next to the main part of the building, these walls are already basic. I mean, it's not going to take much to make them 2-hour rated walls. Some of them, in fact, already are, because they're in those sleeping areas, so we had to do that anyway.
Right.
So you're talking a small amount of area there. On the other side, that's a brand new wall, so I don't think it's going to be that hard to top it out either, to make it a 2-hour wall.
That's a clean wall.
Yeah, so in that option, I don't think it's going to be that hard. Now, what we're going to have to do, though, is whatever you guys decide, we're going to have to resubmit this to, and I think that's where they got their...
So basically, it cuts it up into 3 areas. You got the apparatus area, and then you got the living area, and then you got the apparatus area with the community area over on the north end.
And I think where they got a little bit irritated was they wanted any change resubmitted to them. And I think they felt like we didn't necessarily resubmit every time we
wanted to do something. So what I would suggest to you is, you know, we talk about it, make a decision on one of these, and then we'll put together a resubmittal of them, fast track it to them, and get their blessing on it, so that the next time he can come out and say, okay, yes, this is exactly what we just approved, and then they'll be happy and everybody's good.
How is the inspection gonna take place? Are we gonna have to wind up having an individual from somebody for the HVAC come out and do an inspection, and one from the electrical do it, or is it just the fire marshal's office? Because that's the way we did it. Before, we only had one individual from the fire marshal's office come out and did a general inspection, and when we built this station here, and then that was good, and they signed off on it.
I can answer that for you. I talked with the CID. Each division has their own head.
Right.
You call that head, you should have already called them, and you let them know you're putting your building up. At that time, they make the decision that they're going to send out the guys from Logan County or not to look at if you need help with it for inspections. They're understaffed like everybody else, so they don't have enough manpower to be on a call for I need an inspection, 24 hours, have an inspection. But they would like to be notified that you're putting up a building. And then that covers you guys. That's your, for liability. So what you're saying is, hey, we're letting all the inspectors know we're putting up a building. And that covers you from somebody coming back saying you were trying not to call an inspector.
Yeah. No, that's not our intent, but we.
No, and I think the biggest problem, I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt you, but I think the biggest problem we had with this inspector on this was, and he's right. He doesn't want to have to be responsible for reviewing drawings or plans, which we were showing him options, and I would have liked to have gotten his input, but I think his approach is, that's not within my area, that's not what I do. So you need to submit that to the reviewers to look at that, and so he was punting that, but typically they will offer some suggestions, but I think that's where we got kind of sideways with him.
He will be doing the review also, though.
Does he do the actual review? Okay. Because he wanted it submitted through the process, not just, you know, us sitting down and talking with him and saying, well, what are your ideas? He didn't want to do that.
Right.
And I think that's what kind of got sideways with him. So I think if we...
He just felt like it's not my job, and I'm not...
That's right. But conversely, I felt like you're not doing your job. And that both of us were really wrong.
It's his job to interpret code,
right,
not to draw the building.
Right.
We did formally resubmit the plan of just doing 2-hour separations at the sleeping quarters.
Right.
That's when I got a hold of him and he said, well, let me look at them unofficially, an unofficial review, and he said, no, in so many words. That's where we're back to where we're at now.
Okay. All right.
So what did he have to say about the plan you came up with?
He hasn't seen this. He has not seen this. I developed this based on the last email I got from him where then he started, because I kept asking, you know, quote me, give me a chapter and verse so I know where you're coming from, so I can approach this stuff. And I could never get that out of him. Because I even took this to the chief plans examiner, City of Oklahoma City, and said, do you know what's happening? I can't understand what's happening here. What do I need to do? He felt like everything was okay. But then when I got that last email, he started quoting me some things, and I went, okay, now I understand where he's coming from. I got it now. So I was able to take that and develop this plan. He really, really wanted you to sprinkle the building, so I think he wasn't offering a lot of solutions. But I think once he started quoting me chapter and verse, I went, okay, he's getting into area separation, and we had a little bit of a conversation that I was able to get some information.
When you're dealing with these people that do these inspections, you never get a variance of opinion or anything, do you?
Never.
No, I didn't think you
Never.
have.
Each district.
Well, and the thing that kind of irritated me was he said, when he started talking about spirit of the code, no, I don't really care about spirit. Give me quantifiable things that I can actually write down.
Black and white.
Yeah, and that's what was frustrating to me, because I felt like I'd done it. I would never give you guys something that I felt didn't meet what I was supposed to.
Well, we thought we had it to start with.
That I did too.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You felt like that what
Yes.
you gave us initially was correct.
Absolutely.
And sprinkling the two
How
doors.
does that all tie into the original?
Well,
He
that's
says the
what,
building has to be sprinkled.
well, see, that's what, and I think there was a bit of a slip up on that. I think when that was submitted, a box was checked that said it was gonna be sprinkled.
But it didn't say what was going to be sprinkled.
Yeah, exactly. And so he wouldn't back off that one thing saying, oh, the whole thing's gonna be sprinkled. And they did have some verbiage in here about sprinkling the building. So I think those two things created some miscommunication that just, I think both he and I we just weren't talking the same language. And I think once I finally got that,
So there's not a box on there for partial sprinkles, what you're
No,
saying? It's
no.
just, it's either sprinkled or it's not.
Okay, do I understand this right? There'll be a 2-hour separation between the north bay and the south bay, is that correct?
Correct.
And a 2-hour separation around the dorms?
Correct.
And the captain's office? So none of this 2-hour separation has to take place in this corridor because
No.
we have a separation from those two?
Not if you pick this scheme. This scheme would have a rated exit corridor. That one does not.
And if you pick this scan, would it not have to come on down here to those points of
No,
egress?
no, because you've got some other means of egress out of here, and then this would lead you here, this would lead you here, and that's not long enough to be a dead-end corridor. You would have some issues if, say, for instance, you put a door right there, that would be an issue. But since there's not a door there, you've got egress out here, you've got it through here. I mean, your egress is okay.
Do you have costs associated with either scheme?
Yeah.
Because, you know, putting an egress here, we got that window. I mean, that's,
We have that number, yes.
what is that? And how are you gonna,
This dorm, the two exits here, this with the 2-hour separation, I think it's 17,000.
I guess what I'm asking
As
is
a matter
how,
of fact,
how do
we
we?
voted, just to refresh your memory, is in the minutes, we voted to tentatively approve that, to move forward with it if it was acceptable.
Right.
You remember that?
It was 16,982.
Right.
Okay, so what is, how does that
Expedite.
tie into that window is what I'm saying.
Part of it comes out.
Part
They
of
just
what-
take out part of the glass,
Or the fixed window comes out and a door frame goes back.
aluminum frame goes back in.
Oh, okay,
The
okay.
brick,
Understand.
the brick
That makes
underneath
sense.
the window goes away.
Okay, I've glanced at it once or twice and I just trying to get it in my head. I got it.
The person you had talked to originally said that those two dorms have to have 2 exits.
That's what he said, but like he also qualified that I'm not the one inspecting the plans on it. He said
And
that's
that-
what he would require, so.
That was the single biggest thing I checked with the guy I know at City of Oklahoma City.
Right.
And he said, no, absolutely not. Those don't have to have 2 means of egress. I think where that was coming, and this is where it gets a little bit cloudy, I think where he was coming from was when we didn't have this rated separation and we don't have egress, that's probably correct. That would be a correct
But
statement.
when you have rated separation.
When we cut the areas
just one-
down,
Just one egress is really all
That's
that's
right.
required.
So you're proposing just
Outside,
to sprinkle
outside.
the.
You got 2 means of egress, but one of them's outside.
right,
Right.
yeah, yes.
Just the 2 sleeping
Yes,
quarters.
yes.
So we're
Because
not-
those aren't even an option, you have to.
Right,
separate.
right.
Yeah, that,
When you-
but that's all you, but that's the only thing that's absolutely required. If you can create small enough areas under 5,000 square feet each,
But we're
with
not,
proper separation, you know,
and we're not concerned with that $1 million plus equipment we got sitting out in the bay, or anybody that's gonna be using the structure or whatever. 'Cause I mean, we have a fire, it's more likely to have a fire in the bay than you are inside the fire station, because that's where your mechanical equipment is. We lose an engine, a rescue, a tanker, and 2 brush trucks sitting in there, we might as well close up shop. We've got insurance on them. It's gonna be 18 months to 2 years before you're able to collect and start replacing equipment. Right now, there's times whenever one of those vehicles are out of the station. I mean, I'm just throwing that out.
Oh,
You know, I mean, have we actually even, had you checked to see if that main will support the water? Or are we automatically assuming that we're
Well,
gonna have to put everything?
well, the problem you've got is, stop me if I'm wrong. The problem you've got is that main is not a fire line, it's just a
Right.
domestic.
Mhm.
So you are not allowed to tap it for a fire suppression system. You have to install a tank, then I don't know the exact verbiage, but you have to install a tank that will supply the fire suppression system for a certain amount of time, which is a big tank, and you gotta store a lot of water. So that Domestic line really doesn't even come into play. That was exactly my first thought.
It's
was
a water
it's a fire
source,
line.
that line.
It is a water source.
Philadelphia Church of God taps it for, and they use it for fire suppression.
Do what now?
The church across the street.
They may have, but you're technically not allowed to tap that as a primary source of your fire suppression system. You can tap it to help feed your tank, to fill it up, but it can't be the primary source to put out the fire. Because they're assuming something's gonna happen to that, or it's gonna, I think part of it is they're also assuming that you're tapping into a potable water system and it may backflow and there may be other issues. So I think there's several things that play into
That's
it.
not true.
Well, it-
That's not-
not a
that's still-
backflow prevention.
That's not true at all.
Well, in talking to,
Every water line in Oklahoma City is tapped for a fire hydrant is also potable
Potable
water.
water.
Right,
No,
I know, I'm
that's
just saying that,
This is a rural water system.
right, that's the
There's
difference.
rules, and I don't
That's right.
understand.
Well, it's what they call it.
Yeah.
It's what their
Because-
opinion of it is.
Because if you could, that would be the best.
It's the rural
answer.
water district's opinion of it.
Right, and I think they're the ones that don't want you to tap
Sure.
into it, I think that's the issue.
Sure.
Do you have a letter
tapping
from
that
them?
line is a small portion of
Yeah,
the
that's a
cost
piece
of
of
the
cake.
project.
No, not to do that, but they don't.
Did you
fire hydrants.
check on what we talked about the other day, if we drilled a well? You said you didn't
Much
think,
less.
and we had that meeting on Thursday
Those aren't
morning, you
fire
said you
hydrants.
didn't think.
Well, you could do well, but then it would you still gotta have the tank.
So
You still
You
gotta
couldn't
have.
feed
false
well,
sense of
even if
security
it had the
about
volume.
one around the corner from
And,
my house
my
that you,
my
you're
experience
not
has
supposed to
been-
hook
I
up
don't know your
to.
experience.
Well, no, we did,
correct.
well, no, when we, well, that's what I'm telling you, we had another situation in the grocery store.
That's what you said.
Same
That's
exact,
hard bill.
and they wouldn't let us do a well because they would let us do a well to supply the tank, but we still had to have the tank, absolutely, to be able to feed the system. They wouldn't let I guess to answer your question, they wouldn't let the well be the primary source of water for the system.
What if,
So a well is not an option.
And unless you use it to fill the tank, right?
So we can use it to fill the tank, but the well itself can't, it also can't be the water supply.
That's what they've always told us.
It's gotta be a static supply.
Right. And, you know, just top of my head, nothing to hold to, you know, you may be talking, that tank, I think we looked at, it may be $200,000. I'm just gonna throw numbers out here. Maybe $200,000. Doing, say, this option with the two firewalls, maybe $12,000. I don't know that, but I mean, there's a huge difference in price here that we're talking, that's a difference in price. Now, the value you put on the equipment things, that may trump both of those. That's part of the decision you guys
Just a
have to
thought,
make.
sure.
Right, no, it's a very valid thought.
Well, some of that we could overcome by having a really good alarm system, okay? And if it's a monitored alarm system, you
Monitored
know,
alarm system, if that fire starts out in that bay, you're probably not gonna get those trucks out of that bay in time to, even once that alarm sounds.
I lived through one of those.
Well.
I was in the fire station when it caught fire and I was asleep in it.
I'm just saying, if you get one of those trucks going, I mean, it's, you know.
I'm just saying,
It's just something I brought up.
Anything can happen, Chad.
Anything can happen.
sure, anything can
we
happen.
can't prevent it all, I mean,
No, no, there's
so
no
we
way to prevent it all.
gotta make the
Yeah.
most wise decision
Yeah.
possible. That's-
And again, it's not even much different than what the deal was, the discussion we had about the young man who's training. I mean, you know, the matter, facts are, we don't have $200,000 budget to spend on this. We're already over budget on this project and it's way drawn past, and not only that, but it's gonna extend the time that it's gonna require to complete this project. And we were talking about it now, having delays even greater, much greater, of being able to try to, you know, accomplish all that.
Let me ask this, what if,
Not saying we couldn't come back either and retrofit it. 2 years from now,
Yeah.
we decide we want to
That's
sprinkle the
right.
whole building.
Exactly.
We can budget it and come back and let's sprinkle the whole building.
Right.
But right now, I don't think that's an option. That's my opinion.
is any of the construction in either scheme going to prevent or add to exorbitantly the cost of adding the sprinkling system for the whole building later on down the road? Are we gonna, what I'm asking is, are we gonna paint ourselves into a corner and it end up costing us just gobs more money?
Yeah, I don't think gobs, I mean, obviously, it's more expensive as a remodel project, obviously, but you're not talking like double the cost.
No,
So it
10%,
will be more,
5%.
because you've obviously,
But the domestic heads will take care of the
Yeah, they
of the
never
door.
questioned that.
Right, that's why just the domestic heads will take care of that. We don't have to have jockey pumps and big
Right,
deals and all.
The fire riser and all that
Right.
stuff, yeah.
And I don't have a problem with it at all. I mean, if we want to budget it and plan it, we can sprinkle Station 1 and Station 2. We just need to put it in our plan, let's budget it, and if everybody decides we want to need to do that, let's do it. But right now, we need to get a station opened up, okay?
At the end of the day, we need to expedite. And whatever the fastest, most cost-effective way to do that is I believe, the right way to go. And then, like Mr. Young said, if we need to, if we all decide that, by golly, it's the best, in the best interest of the district.
I don't have a problem with it.
So
Sad part of the whole thing is I think this delay has been just over miscommunication. I just think that's what it's been. It's been miscommunication. I know. That's what's so freaking frustrating about it.
But the light at the end of the tunnel is we're gaining some ground, we're making some traction.
Well, it's just, it's
At least one
it's
thing.
frustrating too, I mean,
It
for
is.
everybody. And it's really, it's causing, it's even at a point, it's causing morale problems. I mean, it's a serious problem. We need to get something done. We need to get a decision made, let's move on. That's my,
Okay, so what we need to have done right now is give permission to go ahead and
Get some pricing.
draw the plan and get that approved by.
in the meantime, Harry can get some additional pricing for us. And we can find out what it's
No,
actually
we-
gonna cost us.
No, right.
So when we actually get an approved set of plans, we can say, go,
Yes.
and let's do it.
May I speak?
Yeah.
You have a lot of extra things that you need to account for, putting in your 2-hour walls. I hope they're already in your prints, but if you got air duct running through, making sure that the dampers, fire dampers are in, all the new last fire codes on how you take care of a 2-hour firewall with your fire caulk. It's PVC pipes going through. Anything over 2 inches has to be now a fire collar. But you can't caulk them anymore. You can still put a steel sleeve around your pipe and do a double caulk, and that's still legal. But I hope that's already in your prints,
Well,
or
we
you'll
haven't-
be
we haven't
leaving
got
that out when you're rebidding. So how does your subcontractors know what to bid?
Sure.
That's what I'm asking. How are you going to give this board a number that's legit, that they can hold to? Frankly, I'm appalled that you're this far in the game, and this board tried to put together a budget from the beginning, and this wasn't handled then. That's when this stuff's handled. When that final set of prints came out right there, this should have already been handled. That goes back to the district, and that puts the liability on these men that have tried to build a dang good district here. And that's what upsets me, is watching out for them. I'm proud of this district, and I don't want to see them get screwed. That's why I'm here.
I think everybody on the board recognizes that there have been things we should have done in the past that we should have done differently. But what we need to focus on is how do we proceed from here.
That's what I'm asking now, is where's the prints going to come from? That there should be something this man needs to give you and say, this is how we go forward. This is what we do next.
Well, and that's the next step. Once, because I don't disagree with anything you said. I don't disagree with a word you said. That is the next step, is once the board approves which direction, which option to take, then I will put together the drawings for submittal and for him to get numbers on so that this thing can move forward.
So that's where we're at.
How long do you think it'd take you to do it? Can we expedite that quickly?
Oh, yeah, you make a decision and we're on it tomorrow. And I suspect we can get it submitted end of the week.
So you have something this week to the farmer?
Yes.
That's what I want to hear. I
Yes.
want to hear definitive numbers.
Yes. Something to the fire marshal and something to Kerry that he can start pricing, so hopefully it all comes together.
So are these options numbered, 1 and 2?
They're not really numbered, but.
Yeah, well, they are. I see.
So the HVAC with the dampers is a consideration.
You gotta do all the fire tank, all the-
That's part of this number that you were, okay, very good.
For the smaller portion of it.
What about that air units that's sitting right over that partition wall?
Right.
Where you go put a 2-hour firewall that's got all that ductwork and everything.
There's that HVAC unit right above
Right,
this,
either we'll have to work out how the unit works or how the wall works, and we'll either have to go around the unit, move the unit, we'll have to do something with it. That's something we've got to figure out, yes.
But you're on it tomorrow. Okay, that's
Yes.
what I want to do.
Yes.
Mr. President, you want to call for a motion?
Sure.
I make a motion that we adopt plan number 2 as drawn and have the architect proceed with the prints and the specifications to complete that with areas of separation in areas 1, 2, and 3.
Mr. Young, could we see costs of both to compare before we proceed with one over the other?
I don't think we got time to do that.
Understood.
I really don't. I think we need to expedite it and move on. I honestly think this will wind up being the most efficient, in my opinion, construction experience, that this will be the most efficient and most cost-effective and the quickest
I think that's.
to be able to get done. Is that, would you, let's see, will you?
Yes.
Okay. That's my opinion. What do you think, Dwight?
I don't have a problem with the motion, but I would like to state my opinion is the building needs to be sprinkled. It's not in the budget. So I would like to include it in the budget as soon as possible.
Sure.
Build the building, and that's our intent, just to later on, as soon as we can, to sprinkle the whole building. We have a lot of value there. We've got over $2 million with the building and trucks there.
Well, if we're gonna do it, honestly, it's just as important to keep this one here sprinkled and protected as it is the other one.
We need to look
I
at this
mean,
one.
as far as the district's aspects, I don't have a problem with it. We just need to budget it and get to seek out, you know, the plans and everything and do it. Let's just put it in our plan, our 5-year plan.
We would want any buildings in the district to be as well protected as possible.
Sure.
And we need to be setting an example. So I think we can do that. We can't do it this budget year, you know. If we do, it just racks up everything, you know.
I guess I'll do it next year too, so.
Well,
But if we're
over budget already.
Yeah.
We're gonna spend some more. And so until we have those final figures of what it's gonna take.
Well, not
we
just
don't know
that,
yet.
but to me, it's the timing right now. It's just the additional time it's gonna require us. We gotta move on, guys. We gotta get this done, get the station open, and then we can
And
come back.
all of this is gonna be dependent, though, just so you can, everything's on the table here, that I'm very, very, very confident that this meets code, as far as any research I've done, anything I know it meets code. It's gonna be up to them reviewing it, though. I mean, they could throw a monkey wrench in this and say, no, you've gotta add another wall, you've gotta do
If
something.
they do, we need to call emergency meeting and come back and
Okay,
let's fix
I
it.
just want you guys to
Whatever
know
it takes.
that since it hasn't been reviewed by them yet, right now you're relying on my knowledge of the code to say that I think this will go.
And I guess that's where I was headed with knowing the costs of this. If we submit this to the fire marshal and he rejects it, and perhaps we have to go to scheme number 1, if we had that already in place, ready to go, we could expedite that way if this one didn't fly.
Well, he's not gonna wanna draw up 2 sets of plans, just as a backup.
I feel strongly that any comments he would have on this are not gonna be that impactful, if that makes sense. I think if he has comments on this, it may be eliminate a door, move a door, one of those kind of things. I don't think he's going to have the approach that, no, we've gotta back up and do something radically different.
Okay.
And what you'll have when we get through, after you submit this, you will have something that can be bid on.
Yes.
You can send that out,
Yes.
this is the specifications,
Yes.
this is what needs to be met.
Are we still leaving the staircase in?
No. There's
No
not gonna be
plans.
Well, that's another thing I want to discuss here in a
That's a
minute.
good point.
Okay.
Some of the things that we've made, we need to make those known to the state fire marshal, that we took some of those upstairs storage areas out.
And are we having a second exit in where the north apparatus bay is?
Yes.
Where are you gonna put that? Because electric meter comes in here, you can't,
Well, we can put it anywhere in that door, in that wall.
over here?
Well, we've gotta check our separation, but I
Right.
mean, we can put it somewhere in
I mean,
there.
here is where all your our big electric meters and panels and everything come into the.
The southeast corner is out of the question.
Yeah, southeast
Right,
corner.
well, I think we've got enough separation, and what we may even do is stick it over here so we can exit into that little vestibule and get a little bit more separation out of it, because I don't think the travel distance is a problem.
We could get 2 exits in the vestibule?
Have one out of apparatus floor and one out of the,
One, this exit.
may not be what you want, but maybe what you gotta do.
Right.
But, thank you, Ken. Any other comments? We've got a motion on the floor to proceed with the floor plan number 2.
Has it been seconded?
It's not been
I'll
seconded.
second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you.
I'll need
Anything
a
else?
copy of the
Few things.
minutes.
I'd like to just keep that with the minutes. Just that plan was adopted. Number 2.
To answer some questions and just some updates from the last special meeting. Taking your medals from up tomorrow.
Oh, okay, where's he?
Have that on site. The question of where the sprinkler heads go came up, and I knew this, but just couldn't put two and two together. The sprinkler heads came up, we had the wall we removed between that expanded the sleeping quarters. All those lines come up out of that wall. The hot water tank was over there, that's gone. So yes, those lines are killed, but Max Systems has those in their quote to replace those. See, I need to request a contract name change for the paint and drywall contractor. We had issued the most recent contract for the paint and drywall to Colors Unlimited for $17,000. It's a family company, and due to insurance, workers' comp and general liability, we're not going around anything. It's just his brother has a company called Essential Construction. I would like to reissue so that I can get valid workers' comp and general liability insurance for the paint and drywall contract.
In other words, he lost his workers' comp.
Basically.
Okay, I know what happened. Okay.
Colors.
Played the game too long, okay. I know.
First, we need to void the contract with Colors Unlimited. A vote needs to be made to do that.
It's the same guy, it's just the same
So
numbers,
we-
just
Same amount. How much,
Same amount.
how much was the amount?
17,000.
Is there any way we do a DBA? Can you do one? $15 at Secretary of State? It's all cost.
I don't know the legality of that because of the $15,000 limit on bidding. We may have to have it rebid. That, I know that's extra work, but
No.
But DBA would be a good alternative if that's viable.
Just trying to
well,
think.
you're giving it to another contractor basically, but you're not. I know it's in the same
Right.
family, but it's in a different name.
Different thing.
So I really think it should have to be rebid, technically. I wish it didn't, but I'm thinking about that. I think it may have to be rebid. And have they already done some of the work?
They got the south block wall painted,
How much of that 17,000 included that?
1,500.
1,500, still 15,500 then.
That's already been paid.
And he's lost his insurance.
You can't pay him.
That's right. I know.
You can't pay him because he doesn't have the insurance to turn into you.
Right, that's what I'm saying, that's the problem.
I think we gotta rebid it.
Yeah, I don't see any way around it. We'll have to rebid it.
Public advertised bid.
We'll have to, if it's over 15,000.
Just step in the bill.
And
Looks
have
good.
to submit that, advertise it and everything else. Go from there, see what happens.
I mean, he knows what's at stake, he knew what was at stake when he signed the contract. It's up to him to maintain insurance, I hate it for him, but
He may be the lowest and best anyway.
But he should be the most intimate with the project of anybody. He ought to know what the dollars are. He knows exactly where everything's at, and he knows what's been bid to this point, so I'd say he'd have the inside track on it.
Well, that's not gonna slow anything down currently. Not waiting on them to finish drywall over there that hadn't been hung. So that rebidding it is not a delay.
Thank you. We'll need to advertise for that and have a bid opening and all that kind of stuff.
Just, I guess as soon as possible, whatever we need to do to expedite it.
I'll get it written up tomorrow morning and get it out.
Whatever it takes to
If we have to
expedite it.
have a special meeting, open bid,
It doesn't
we'll do
matter.
that. Okay, what else?
Next question is the question was raised, is where did the AC, the original 3 AC compressors go? They were on site for quite a long time. Talked to the owner, Norris at Sooner Mechanical, and said, Did your guys by any chance take these for some reason? Come back? Yes, they did. I cannot give you an answer as to why they were removed off site. They were scrapped. He is committed to find out what that value was and reduce his contract by that amount.
Okay.
The rest of the equipment over there, all the rest of the equipment that was removed, furnaces and such, is still on site.
And I think we've declared that surplus, is that correct?
Which we need to make a decision on what to do with it. It's not currently in the way, but it will be.
I think you got some answers on
We
some
got
of
one
it.
of them gone. We'll talk about it in a little bit.
Okay. Then you had requested the flow rates. That may be a moot point at this point, but I've got the flow rates from Max Systems and from Fraser Fire, the high and the lows, if you want to hear those.
Sure.
Max Systems at a 10 a.m. test had a static pressure of 60 psi, residual of 10 psi.
That's why it's a residential line.
And the P2 gauge, 20 at 834 gallons per minute.
Excuse me, it was, Tito was what?
20 at 834 gallons per minute.
Tito can't be more than residual. It cannot be, it just doesn't work that way. But he calculated 834?
Yes.
Okay. Tito doesn't work that way.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be, like I said, maybe a point, because we can use it for the fire line.
The other company that did the flow test, Fraser Fire, did it at 8:20 in the morning. A static of 102 psi, a residual of 73, and a P2 at 38 at 1,036 gallons per minute.
It just shows you the fluctuation and unreliability. That's
Well, they fill it at night.
Yeah. They're all just, you never can tell.
What time was that? 7
The first test was at 10 a.m. The second one with Fraser was at 8:20
a.m.
AM. Well, they're only talking about 2 hours difference in time. It's just, there's nobody tells
Sure.
them how much they have to
Fill the tower, creates pressure.
Earlier
Earlier in the morning.
I was thinking demand at that time.
No, early in the morning, then it drains down, 10
Understood.
o'clock hits less.
I was thinking a draw on the system earlier in the morning. That's where I'm.
Everybody showers and
Yeah.
does all their laundry and stuff in the morning before they're going to work.
Just makes a motion not to have fire during that time, don't we?
Yeah. But that's pretty revealing though, when it went from 6 down to 10, that tells you, that tells you right there what you get into. And they don't have any requirement, guys, to maintain anything on that line. That's just being honest. They don't. There's no requirement whatsoever. It's not for fire protection, it's just,
In the meeting that I had with Rural Water, he came out and said, I wish you guys wouldn't tap onto those. Well, that's not what it's there for.
Well,
I'll
that's,
let you talk to them about that.
that's Buddy, that's not the thought of the entire board, the Rural Water Board.
and before we actually decide we're gonna do a sprinkler system over there, it may be behoove us to, petition their board and go, as this board, petition their board and request permission and go in that way. Maybe even go over and make a formal presentation to one of their board meetings, tell them what we're trying to do and what we're trying to get accomplished. And I'm not talking to you, buddy, I'm talking to this board right here.
Right.
Tell them what we're trying to get done and what we want to do, because ultimately, they write his check.
Right.
That's where it's at. I mean, I'm not trying to make the man upset or mad. He can be contrary.
He's
You
very
know that
protective,
as well as
very
anybody.
protective of that system.
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
That's the balance of my notes.
Okay, anybody have any questions?
Did you, I questioned the expansion joint on that block wall on the south side.
Doing it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there an awning at the front door?
Will be, and I'm still gathering.
Because I wasn't sure if it was being delivered with this other metal that was coming out and stuff or whatever.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, what is the status on that trim?
He's what he said.
I'm
He's
picking
moving tomorrow.
it up tomorrow.
Sorry.
Okay, all right, thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Kerry.
You had asked for a set of plans to be left at the station. I'm going to leave that
Thank you.
set for you.
Thank you so much.
You put it in your office.
Sure. That'd be fine.
All right, before we get off of the station remodel, we have had $150 estimate on one of the heating units.
I thought you were gonna tell us donation.
Offer.
Maybe they felt like we needed it to get the station open.
On one of the heating units. That will leave us 2 to get rid of. Do we consider the ambulance done or not?
Let's see, that might be under new business.
Yeah, we can do that in new business. One other thing is, Cashion Fire Department approached me about what we were gonna do with the Murphy beds. Now, it's not on the agenda to do anything with them tonight. I just wanted to kind of fill you in on it. They would like to purchase the Murphy beds that we're taking out, because we were gonna take them out and replace them. They're trying to set up some sleeping quarters at their station. And I told John, come over and take a look at them, see what he thinks. And he came back and made us an offer on 5 Murphy beds. So, and we just transfer that out of Logan County tax money.
He offered you $1,000.
I offered $1,000 for the 5 Murphy beds.
But you had suggested that we go back to what, like we've got in here, just freestanding beds.
That's what everybody is wanting, that or what Deer Creek has with the beds and the cabinets, and I've got an estimate on those, but we got a little ways to go on those. But
As far as fold-down beds, you don't recommend doing that anymore?
they don't like the fold-down beds, and I don't like the fold-down beds. I'm not the one staying over there though, but the full-time firefighters like
Because
these
it
beds
sits
in
so
here
low?
better.
I could care less, to be honest.
They collect a lot of dirt
Joe
and
probably
dust
sleeps
and
in the
crap
recliner.
when you.
Well, I say-
No, I'm just giving you a
You
hard
know, when they
time.
fold out,
Figured that spring
above the head, you know,
Yeah.
and then they collect dust, dirt, and everything. They like these
My
beds
pillow
that are back.
always falls out of that
lay
boy.
back and then slide them back over.
Well, the only real advantage,
And they're a lot cheaper than Murphy.
they are a lot cheaper. The only advantage to having them is that it gives you utilize the room for other things. You know, where you can fold them up in the wall and you can use the room for meeting or training or set up chairs or, you know,
That room,
doing
we're gonna have so
exercises.
much room over there, we're not gonna need to go in the bunk rooms for training.
Sure, that's what I'm
Or
saying.
meetings.
But I'm just saying that's the,
Right,
that's the whole advantage of having them and everything. And we make it maybe there's some mute point anymore.
We haven't declared those surplus.
You hadn't declared those
Not on the
surplus yet.
agenda tonight, so
Right.
we'll need to put it on the
I'm
agenda.
just kind of filling you in on that, and we thought, well, if we have a special meeting, we can throw them on there like that, but then you can start thinking about those. But the heating unit has been declared surplus. I offered $150 on that.
We still have 2 left,
Still
right?
have 2 left, we have a total of 3 on that.
Okay, what else did we declare surplus?
Those pump motors, and they're going, the guy came by and offered $150, I told him to sell them. So we've already deposited that money in the bank. Those old pump motors, which is kind of surprised we got that much out of
So
them.
basically, all we have left right now is the 2 heaters.
2 water heaters and 2 furnaces.
Not ordered.
That's what we'll have left, and then the Murphy beds or whatever.
Have you tried Craigslist on any of that stuff yet?
Yeah, they're on Craigslist. That's where we're getting the offers from and stuff like that, so.
Is the dishwasher on surplus? Because I didn't post that.
Yeah, dishwasher was on surplus too.
I haven't posted that. I didn't know if it was surplus. Sorry, I forgot to ask.
I meant to ask Scott did the $1 sale on the.
Yes, sir. It went through, and
Needy family.
they were very appreciative of it. They're making good use of it.
Well,
Matter of fact, Scott already gone?
No, he went in there.
I was gonna ask him about that.
Yeah, they were very appreciative of that, and they were very happy. Yeah. So, yeah, that went well, and we got the dollar and deposited it.
Okay, good. All right, so we include the,
Heating unit?
no, what we said for the next meeting, what,
Oh, surplus. I had surplus.
Surplus for the Murphy beds.
surplus for the Murphy, that'll be on next agenda. Okay, the next item is 5C, and volunteer firefighter pension.
So do we go back one thing? Are we all right with that $150 offer on that heating unit? Okay. All right, Dale.
I'll let her know tomorrow.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, no, well, Scott, I wondered how the $1 surplus deal on the sale went. And he was telling us.
Stove.
Oh, thrilled to death, so.
They love it.
Good. Well, I'm glad. I'm just, if we can help somebody out.
Yeah, that helped them out.
Hey, you're not really getting this much around Stewart, are you?
Yes, I am.
Are you?
Yeah. Sure is. That's
Which
fun.
one?
Huh? My grandfather lived there, was there from the 40s, 30s.
Your grandmother was a postmaster for years and years.
Yes.
I grew up with the Hams.
That's my family.
Okay. Which son are you?
Herbert.
You Herbert?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to tell you guys something. I'm proud of this board and how you handle things, and proud of the former members that were on the board, and I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you for your input, Mr.
And my brother ran around with Charlie a lot.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good one.
Okay,
So moving on to the next deal?
bid specs for brush bumper.
I thought it was pension thing.
Well, I skipped it, and I shouldn't have.
Okay, so what is it? Brush bumper?
Yeah, brush bumper specs.
Bid specs, we
There we go.
need to get them to Logan County, so we can go out for bid, 30-day process, and see if we can get that going by the time.
I've got a few comments.
I do questions. I do as well.
On the front bumper,
Yeah.
it says, "We will install." I mean, us or them?
Oh, no, that should be them, yeah, that,
I saw that too. said-
our specs came from Steel Fire Apparatus,
Right.
and that was their deal, so yeah, we need to change the wording on that.
I like this, getting this out early, before we can read it all and make comments.
It helps a lot.
Thank you, Christie.
And the reason we're going with the buck stop bumper, it's the same one that Guthrie's using on their ambulances. Handle a winch, and it's cheaper than actually making one, and they are very sturdy. It's lived through two
So I say it's designed to handle
accidents.
Is it painted or chromed or?
It's black painted.
Okay, and next thing I've got, is there anything specified on the pump as far as warranty? Pump and pump engine?
You want to just go down the list,
Okay,
or you want to just do each individual person?
okay. Does anybody have any questions about the steel body?
I did.
Okay. Front bumper, we discussed that.
Yeah.
Electric winch.
Are we sure that 12,000 pound is enough?
Yeah,
You've got spec 400-gallon water tank. That, you're talking about an additional almost 1,000 gallons of, 1,000 pounds of weight right there just in added water. When that truck's full of water, can the 12,000 pound winch handle that?
Well, if we're stuck, we're out of the fight, so wouldn't we just dump it?
Yeah, we just.
Well, you talk about rolling weight, 12,000 pound ought to,
And with the right snatch block.
Do we know what the chassis in this proposed body right here is gonna weigh? That's my question, because I don't see any weight, in this specs here, I don't see anything.
well, the chassis is a 19,500 pound
Right.
GVW, but
Got
I
that.
don't know exactly what, because you can't, until we actually award the box, you don't know what they're gonna make it out of and what it's gonna weigh,
Right.
along with the truck, so. We can,
We can spec it for this, and if we need to up it, we can change for it.
yeah, or unless if you wanna
Okay.
put a,
I just had a question if we had some idea what it all.
what do we got on those out there, do you remember?
Gloves.
We got 12 on the ones we got now, that's what I'm saying, and they're not.
I don't know that they make a big one, do they?
I just wondered.
I don't know.
I was
That's
looking
why-
at them yesterday.
I really don't
You
know.
can get a 15,000, I don't know if you can get all like a 15.
May I get a
It should be
hydraulic or
adequate.
pneumatic or something if you go 15, so it may be just,
It should be
maybe this
adequate.
gonna be fine, just a
I
simple
think it would
question.
be adequate.
Okay.
Okay, skid plates, any question on that? Compartments? Hose bed? Running boards?
You guys got round running boards now? In your brush pumper?
No.
You don't these are just 2-inch tube running boards.
Metal.
Yeah, they're flat running, no,
That's what I'm saying.
they're flat, running boards. Steps.
Boards be covered with an
Steps.
8-inch four-foot board.
These are just 2-inch round poopy. Reason I asked, I didn't know,
Wow.
you guys had never done
Well-
this before, I didn't think.
No, covered with, yeah, actually, these are, they're gonna be a,
What you're saying is a 2-piece deal.
right,
It's not round, it's flat.
no,
Okay, that's a little bit
it's flat running
confusing.
board.
That's a little bit confusing,
Okay.
it just says outside the running, okay, I
That's
understand.
just saying what, and then.
I didn't even mark it, I
18
just
inch.
was gonna ask you.
Okay.
Okay. Then water tank? So we normally carry 300 gallons, and this is 400.
Right.
We've always had 300s, so.
Is-
We'll see if we can carry them in the water.
It's the same chassis.
GVW will carry it.
It'll carry it, it'll be fine,
I
yeah.
know, but I mean, is
What about
that, is
the
that
truck
making
seat?
it work out in the field? Is that other 100 gallons really gonna cost us?
No,
Is it gonna be harder to maneuver or get stuck in here? Or-
shouldn't.
That's what I worry as much as anything, is the more weight to carry,
Well,
usually the unit tries
we're
to
also
go
going
down.
with a different type of tire on this thing too.
More aggressive tread?
More aggressive tread and wider. They're 20-inch wider, it's gonna have a whole lot wider footprint than the standard, the stock wheels. They come on getting away from those little bitty skinny 19.5s, and that's where you have a lot of problem on that right there.
Here's my question. When we do that, what do you do with the wheels and tires on the chassis that we just purchased?
Well, we use them as spares on our other chassis because we run the wheel here a while back, and those wheels are like $650 each.
Okay.
So we need another spare right now. We hadn't
Right.
bought one because
Right.
we're anticipating this. We can sell what we don't use because those are formed wheels.
Right.
They're not steel. So at $650 a piece from the Ford dealer, and that's the only place you can get them.
Mhm.
You know, there's a lot of people running wheels out there, so.
Well, my question is, it's a lot of money just to have sitting around collecting dust.
Right, and that's why I
We
say.
we need a spare, or two. If we don't have any spare at all for our brush bumpers?
Yeah, we got one
We've
spare.
got one station.
We got one spare.
Yeah, I thought we
We
did.
used one.
Sure, okay.
We had two over there, we used one, we still got one spare.
All right.
And we'll put another couple of these in the spare, and then if we need to declare these
That would give
surplus,
four
we
of
can
them
come in
surplus,
and
and we
we'll.
could actually sell them, and get some money to help equip the
Mhm.
brush bumpers, what we're saying, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Or help offset the cost of some of these newer tires and wheels here that we're
Right.
proposing.
The next item is the pump. Water Axe, is that a new type? I've never heard that brand.
Actually, they've been around a long time, they've been around since the 30s.
It's nothing like that one on that tanker that shelled out real quick on us, is it?
No.
Marvin, that was CET. Marvin Johns went from Hale to this company here.
Yeah.
To Water
He
Axe.
believes in it so much.
I was gonna say, we got Hales on
If he
on
says
the
it's
two
good,
brush bumpers we
I'll
got now.
do it.
It's a
Yeah.
belt-driven pump, actually, instead of
Yeah, it's not a
Instead
straight
of
back,
a-
it's a belt driven.
shaft-driven. So
Pleated
it's-
belt.
It's separated, the motor and then the
Yeah, it's
pump.
kinda like a,
Driven by a
timing
belt.
Instead of direct drive.
So all of those Honda
Instead of
motors,
direct drive, yes.
those Honda motors are quiet too.
Yeah.
You get so much noise on the fairgrounds it is, and quieter, it helps your communication and everything.
So,
Keep
so the
noise.
question to Marvin was, what about the belt? That seems like that would be the weak link.
Right.
They replaced one in 10 years.
What about the warranty on these? What is the warranty? Why would be stated in there?
okay, yeah, that warranty would be whatever is covered by the manufacturer of Water Axe.
Yeah.
And I've got the Water Axe brochure and stuff in there, which would tell us what that would be. But, we put that in here if we need to.
Can the belt be changed on the fireground?
Yes,
Okay, okay.
Good enough.
it's very easy, there's about
Just a tensioner and a.
8 bolts, there's 8 bolts that pull the housing off. The pump, to pull the pump off the housing, pump comes off.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's some of the downfall of having the pump attached to the motor is that seal
Right.
between the two fails and it gets either water in the
No,
motor
they
or
did this
oil in
system out.
the pump and
It's been around since the 30s.
problem.
Forestry uses it widely. Matter of fact, that's the main thing they use. And we actually had Marvin Johns and Steel Fire Apparatus bring out pumps and a truck with a pump. And everybody looked at them and agreed that that's where they would like to go.
Okay.
On that, try it and see, and then,
I just know we'd always gone with Hale before up here, that's the reason why I just wondered what.
well, their deal is, that he says, the engines last longer because
Well,
you've
those
got,
Hondas are great engines.
can't.
you've got the rubber belt
Yeah.
between that and the pump, so it's taking some of the vibration off of it, where the Hale is directly in shaft drive, so when that pump, you know, when it chatters and stuff like that, it's taking it right into that engine, right down the crankshaft.
Yeah.
And with the belt, that eliminates that.
That's
Okay.
good.
Plumbing, backup questions on plumbing?
I noticed they put an electric primer on here.
Mhm.
Whatever happened, just good old manual exhaust primers, they would work great for years, what's the problem?
The electric primers are working better. One reason they're going with electric primers on this certain truck is you could actually start and run the pump motor from inside the cab. So therefore, you can hit the prime, you can hit the primer right there if you need to. That's why they put the electric brake. You can go with a manual primer if you want to.
Right.
But this just keeps somebody from having to get out and run back around the back of the truck.
Just
Can you do
some-
both?
Just something less, just something less to break down. I guess I'm just a lever and wheel kind of guy, but I guarantee
Yeah.
it on manual primer ain't gonna break down.
Yeah.
That electric, I've seen it break down.
Yeah, we can do both. It's just,
Just add
What's
between
the
the
cost?
I don't think that,
Manual prime.
I don't know.
It's just a matter of
It's
the
not.
valve and
That's cheap insurance.
yeah,
That's cheap
I'll
insurance.
talk to them about it.
Is the primer, does it have a deck, pump panel? Does this truck have a pump, is it plumbed to that?
Yes.
So that person up there, okay? So then you would need a separate system to do a mechanical one from that
Yeah,
location.
mechanical, yeah, you would actually have to go back,
to the.
Well,
you'd have to go back to the engine on the back to
It's just if the,
just mechanical.
if the electric one went out, you'd have that back.
Yeah, you know, in case something happened. Oh, we can add that.
As long as it doesn't interfere with the operation of the truck, you know.
Right.
And I don't think you're talking about that much money for one.
So basically, you're gonna have two pump panels. You're gonna have one inside the truck and
We got
one
one
at
on
the
the
back.
crosswalk. We got one on the crosswalk, and actually you got one at the back.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so you only got three.
Uh-huh. Now, what's nice is because wintertime, when we run a brush truck on a call, we gotta get out, crawl up on the catwalk or go around back. Man, they start that in this way. They get in, you can actually, when you start the truck, you can start the pump.
Start it when you leave the station.
Start when you leave the station.
Start
you
it
don't
when
have
you
to
leave the
get out.
station.
It's
That's
just,
what we used to do.
Yep.
you know, you can actually, control
Sure.
pump pressure and everything in there, which is really nice if you're working a one-man brush truck. You can operate the throttle, the pump, and everything right there beside you and hold the nozzle out the window.
One thing I was gonna ask about is, would it not be possible to get a tank level gauge inside of the cab? Because your driver is able to monitor that a whole lot better than the guy on the ground, because the guy on the ground's fighting fire and he's in smoke and stuff, you can't see it. And he's got enough to keep up with out there fighting fire. The guy's the driver, if he's got a tank level gauge in there, it helps him to know where his water's at, and he can shout out and say, Tim, we're down a quarter tank.
Right.
Or whatever.
Yeah, just one of the brush bumpers has that on there, and it's,
Yeah.
I thought that.
But I didn't see this in the spec. and I was
Okay,
just-
that should-
That, it says it's got a level gauge installed on the tank, but that's,
But that's not inside.
I need one inside
Where
on
the
the
driver,
front panel, yeah.
where the driver can actually monitor it and see
Right.
what's going on with your water level.
Okay. Anything else on funding? Hose reel? Is 100-foot bush line standard what you carry on? Okay. Control panels?
That's what we were talking about.
Electrical?
Just make sure that all those lights are LED. I think everything on that truck ought
Are
to be
we,
LED.
are we furnishing the lighting?
Actually, what we're going to do on the lighting is, we were looking at, they normally put code 3 lighting on them.
Right.
Their quote for quote,
We would save a lot of money on light bar. and
code
things like
3
that.
lighting was $3,590.
Yeah.
I contacted the local Wheeling rep, and he can get us all LED Wheeling lights for $3,100.
Right.
So that's why we said we were going to provide the Wheeling lights. That'll be something that we'll get in on that, because we're saving $500 and we're getting better lights.
Sure. They are gonna be LED, so.
Yes.
Make sure that all, because it.
They are going to be LEDs.
The difference is not even, I mean.
Right. They will be LED lights.
They're gonna be better too.
Well, it saves on everything,
No, battery.
and they last forever, and they take vibration and shock, and this piece of apparatus takes more beating than anything else.
Oh, yeah.
And there's nothing out there, just,
Striping?
Excuse me. Tim, are those spotlights, are those LED as well?
Yes.
All lights are LED?
All the spotlights are LED.
yeah.
Striping? Does that striping meet NFPA?
Yes, and then with the chevrons on the back, that's the NFPA, that red and lime and yellow.
Getting close to the Woodcrest little colors.
Yeah.
Make Bobby smile.
Equipment? Well, again, this is loose equipment that you're talking about.
Right, the nozzles for the whip lines and the hose reel.
Would that be cheaper if we tried to bid those out ourselves? Doesn't have them furniture and make a profit on it? We've done that before, haven't we?
Yeah, Jeff Davenport can sell you the TFTs
I can check on that and see.
if you want those.
I know when I talked with Jason at Steel, they buy in such a bulk.
Yeah.
You know, he thought they
Yeah,
might, but
it may be.
we can check,
Whichever.
I can check that and see.
Okay.
I would offset some of that cost if you could save some money.
Yeah. Okay.
Under equipment, I noticed you also, that you had a bracket to hold a spare tire. We're gonna carry a spare on the on the brush bumper.
Well,
It's
they,
a lot of added weight.
Yeah, it
Again, It's
is,
just adding
and-
more weight all the time, keep putting stuff on that truck.
that's their standard of,
Now, we need a
carrying
spare,
on.
you know.
And we need a spare, you're right,
Oh,
and we
sure.
probably could take that off because, you know, keep one at the station.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that in there. Me and Nathan looked over these and looked over, and the thing is, you can look over them so much, and then you get new eyes on it and pick out a few things on that right there. So yeah, we can,
If I take that off, but we want the spare.
yeah, we definitely want to
That
stay.
20-year warranty on there they have, is that just like against weld breakage and that kind of thing? It's basically, that's really all they cover, or does it cover hinges and stuff on the
Body and substructure?
You talking about the 20-year warranty?
It's the last item.
Yeah, that covers, yeah, the wells and
Hinges and stuff like
hinges and
that.
all of that stuff, yeah.
But corrosion, but, I mean, the pump's not warranted for 20 years.
No, the pump's not, the pump would be warranted by Water Act. Actually, the pump is warranted by Water Act, and the Honda motor is warranted by Honda.
Okay.
Two separate.
Very good, that's what I thought.
It's whatever the manufacturer warranty is on that, so.
We just need to state it in there, I think, that we know what we're talking about, how long.
Okay, yeah, we can.
So if we approve these, what's the plan on, as far as the direction to go? Did you look into Texas Buy Board, since this is a Texas
We
outfit?
cannot do this and use county money. Direction we'll have to go is we need to approve these. I will take the bid specs up to Troy, Logan County. She will send out the specs to the list of manufacturers, and then they will submit their bid back. They will be opened at the county commissioners meeting. I'll have to attend the county commissioners meeting.
Right.
And then we can pick which manufacturer.
If they couldn't solicit, or wouldn't, or refuse to solicit Texas Buy Board?
You can't buy through Buy Board with Logan County tax money.
You just can't do it.
You can't do it. Now, if we were gonna buy this outright, which we've got it in the budget through Logan County tax money.
Right.
If we wanna buy it, if we wanna reappropriate the money and not use county money, yes, we can buy it through Buy Board.
Can we do this? Can we find out how much that it would cost to purchase this specified piece of equipment through Texas Buy Board? So we will have the information to make a decision whenever we actually get the bids back. Why couldn't we do that?
Well, you don't wanna set it out for bid and then turn around and go Buy Board.
Why not? If that's the best interest of the district, I mean, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the best buy for the buck for the district.
Yeah.
Nothing says we have to take.
I think,
Bid.
to buy through the Buy Board and get it through him on Buy Board, we had to buy the chassis through his dealer, and they added his stuff on.
I don't know if you can or not. That's why I was
You have to
asking.
buy the whole truck. You
Okay,
have to
well,
buy the
then
whole
we're
truck.
already past all that. I didn't know that. That was my question to you originally.
Yeah.
Is it possible, since it's a Texas outfit, to get it through the Texas Buy Board? That was my question.
We could have if we didn't go through county, and if we'd have bought the chassis,
Right.
they would have included the bed and everything in that.
The
and we
complete
could have done
unit,
it like
I
that as a
understand.
complete unit.
I got you, I understand, okay. That answers my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? So do we need a motion to approve these specs?
I make a motion.
Okay,
With the changes.
Yeah, and what I'll do, I will get those changes made, and I will email them to you guys, let you look at them before we actually take them to county and let each one
I'll
of
second.
you.
Okay, have a motion and a second to approve the specs with the changes as written, or recommended. And, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Next item on the agenda is.
Go home.
Not yet. That's right, Lord.
I'm trying.
Volunteer firefighter pension.
Okay, I guess that's up to me. Hopefully you guys got a copy of what I sent in correspondence. I sent two different times. I attempted to try to get something back from our Oklahoma Firefighters Pension and Retirement System. And the last word that I got from Dwayne Michael, so I haven't been dealing with Bob Jones now I'm dealing with Dwayne Michael, who's the Assistant Executive Director. And he told me that, basically that this project has been assigned to our Assistant Controller. He didn't even tell me what that person's name is. I don't know what that person's name is yet. And he just said that once the data has been completely audited, a report will be issued. And we greatly appreciate your patience. And then I responded back and said, I greatly appreciate your assignment in response to our request. Do you have an approximate time frame? I didn't ask for an exact date, just an approximate time frame when the audit report will now be issued. As we were told before, it was going to be within 30 days. He responds back and says, I do not have a specific date. It will be done as quickly as we can. We are in the process of moving offices, which I told you about, and implementing a new database system, which I told you about, which is in taking up considerable resources for us at this time. Best regards. Okay. So I don't know what y'all want me to do. Okay. I don't know how much I can push these people.
Nothing you can do.
What's his guy's name?
Dwayne Michael.
He's Assistant Director. You know him?
Not a clue, but I will.
Well, he's a CPA. Well, Bob's a CPA too. He's also an attorney. They're not firefighters. Neither one of them.
That's fine.
They're not.
I'm pretty good at being a pest.
They're money
I probably
people.
know that.
But the guy's name is Dwayne Michael. Well, stay after him.
Oh, yeah.
I've been staying after him.
Got him.
I've been staying on about once a week or every week or 10 days. And I'm trying to get something resolved, but I don't know what else to do. So that's what I've been able to find out thus far. And I don't know if you guys, want to try to, do something on our own, or if you want to wait for the results, or what you want to try to do. That's all I've
I
been
think we need to wait for the results from them, because they're the official.
I've tried everything. But,
Make sure we do it right.
I'm as frustrated as everybody else is. I like to get some of this stuff wrapped up. I want something done. I'm sick and tired of all these loose ends out here. And there's no, nothing definitive.
Okay. Next item is VHF radio discussion.
All right, did you guys read the recommendation that I gave you last month from John Comstock?
Yes.
On our source power VHF radios? Okay, basically, what it is kind of laid out for us to maintain statewide interoperability. We need to upgrade our VHF radios. He talked with Nikki Cassingham, which is statewide interoperability planning coordinator with Oklahoma Homeland Security. And she was receptive to I did a grant for VHF radios. And I actually talked with Nikki in person here a couple weeks ago. And she said everything looked good on that. The director was out. His mother-in-law had passed away, and she was going to be out last week. But she said the following week they would probably get together and talk about it. She didn't see there would be a problem, but it's up to them to make a decision.
I did talk to David Barnes, and he said that he put a good word in with the director for us.
Yeah,
Do what he did.
David's all for this.
But he said we had the right man. He said John's the man. He said, but I'll also, second the motion, and we'll see if we can help you guys, get this taken care of.
All right. And the following sheets are the radio estimates from Stoltz Telecom and Motorola. I'm actually looking for 15 mobile, 20 handhelds, as well as 2 dual band, which will run either VHF or 800. And it comes out to a total of like
15 and 2.
$25,800, something like that.
A little over 25.
Yeah, something like that.
These aren't the same?
No, no, the one from Stoltz Telecom, that's Kingwood, that's straight VHF radios. The 2 on Motorola are the new they're the new dual band. They're at 800 megahertz as well as the VHF that we put in the command. That way you monitor, you don't have so many different radios, but you can either run VHF or 800 on that. Basically, the way the grant will work is if they approve us, they will send us the information for the board to sign, saying that you agree with it. Once we get that back into them, they'll meet, they'll send us a letter stating that we have been approved and we can proceed with purchase. At that point, we will have to lay out the original money, and as soon as we get the radios and the invoices, then we submit them for repayment. And it'll be a full reimbursement.
But we didn't budget any of this.
No.
We didn't know what was gonna have to do it.
No, but, with it being a full reimbursement, we can,
How for
Transfer
sure are you
some
going
money.
to reimbursement?
well, we don't buy the radios until they authorize us to purchase
Okay.
them on the reimbursement, yeah. Yeah, we don't do anything until we get that final letter saying that you are authorized for full
I
reimbursement.
feel better about that.
So
Yeah.
really, we don't have any risk on this at all.
You have no risk at all. All it is something you have to approve, the original purchase, and then it'll be a full reimbursement.
So do we need to approve that tonight?
Basically, it'll wind up tying up about $25,000 for a short period of time.
Short period
Less
of
than
time.
30 days.
Yes, if you can, go ahead and do that. That'd be one step out of the way, and then that way, when we do get the approval from them, then we can go to you guys on that, and then proceed with everything else. But yes, I agree with you. We did have it in the budget this year. This is the only way, and that's what I told John Comstock when he came out. He actually lives in our district. He came out and viewed everything. We need to reprogram some radios and everything. And I told him, I said, we don't have the money to do it. I said, it'll be at least next year before we can put it in the budget or anything like that. And he said, well, let me see what I can do. And that's when he talked to Nikki Cassingham, was Oklahoma Department of Homeland Security, about a grant. She was receptive to it. So basically, John has filed all the paperwork with her. I got him the estimates. He worked with us on that, and he's basically doing all the legwork on
I
it.
say, doing it all for you, pretty much. Right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And,
So we need a motion to approve the purchase of the VHF radio, is that correct?
Yes,
And the application for the grant, right?
yes.
Okay. You want to make that motion, Mike?
Yes, I will. I make a motion to approve the Homeland, application for a Homeland Security grant. And to purchase 15 VHS mobile radios, 20 VHF handheld radios, and 2 dual band handheld radios. Current quotes for the equipment would be $25,000.
Might want to just say not to exceed 26,000. 25 and some change, wasn't it, Chief?
Yeah, 25.8.
Just a suggestion.
Not to exceed $26,000.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second to do what Mike said?
Well, I do pretty good.
Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, sure. 24,892, check. Okay. All right, got a motion and a second to approve the purchase and the grant as stated. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Before we can get it through.
Okay, let's take about a 5-minute break, recess for just a minute.
Yes.
It is,
2019.
It's a long meeting, isn't it?
yeah, we ought to be home at 1 o'clock later.
Sure.
You can't go over. Can't go back to midnight.
Really, without announcing a new meeting.
Oh.
Posting.
A continuation.
We resigned at 11, it was
No, you'd have to do
11:59.
it 2 days. Announce
It was
it.
11:59.
Meeting.
When I made the motion, we adjourned. It was
Meeting.
11:59.
Talk fast.
Wow.
It was 11:59.
She made penis on it.
But that is right. It's a different
Well,
day.
she won't. I mean, we got that one, we've gone over 17 minutes.
Yeah.
One since I've been here.
I don't ever remember going to midnight before. Did you?
That's
Well,
not-
Let's not make it, let's not make it a
So,
policy.
my point is, we just need to cut off discussion and so we can close it out by midnight.
Well, I'm not putting it wrong before midnight.
Whether we're finished or not.
Well, we can make a motion not to have, meetings
going on?
every
What's that?
3 hours. I'll second it.
Charge you for
You
your.
wanna make that motion?
To toll the bell so
Christie says, I'll second it.
Well, you know how they used to do that?
What's a portable charger?
They'd have somebody go up to
Oh,
the
cool.
clock, and then they would
That turned up this day when I
hold the clock to
Is
keep it
this-
from going
Is this what they got from Channel 4?
until they got
Was
finished
giving these
whatever they were
away.
doing.
Really?
No,
Oh, my gosh.
we had a guy came by,
Oh, my goodness.
medical
One
center.
thing, Christie,
Yeah.
He was
these,
giving it to us.
here, this policy on official documents.
Actually,
The one we got in here is the one that,
You got the policy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
it had,
Flashlight.
That's the right one?
I
yeah.
think Channel 4 was giving those away for
I've
a
got the
while.
one we should be looking for. This one is this
That's a
one
pretty
right
cool
here.
idea. Emergency battery.
Fives,
That's what they're calling that.
I think.
Oh.
And,
maybe had
Yeah.
it's a different one.
Great.
Okay, is that it?
yeah, they don't.
It's this one, but that's not this one.
Oh, the one I sent you last week?
Yes.
Okay, that is just the material I sent you had ready on Friday.
It's not down very much.
Yeah.
This material
That's
in
enough to get you by.
is this one right?
It
Oh, this one's not right?
was hard.
I figure what they've got in there is probably this.
No, everybody's the same.
So, this is the one you should have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Was that PO request in that batch card, stuff that you emailed to us?
For the training? It may not have been. It may have not been.
I never
ready
saw
yet.
it. It's the reason why I felt like, again, I was getting blindsided.
Oh, don't.
Not from
don't
you,
blindsided.
not from you, but I don't think that was in there. Was that request for training in that batch of stuff?
I don't think so.
I never, it wasn't?
Yeah.
Well, I must have missed it. 'Cause Christie was on it, and it was me. That's why I'm asking. I wouldn't have.
That's the big one.
Everything about it is here.
Yeah, they don't, that'll be the law, but they make everyone in charge of the same.
Yeah. And you get this, that, you get the core of it.
Yeah.
When he puts in here.
Yeah.
That's
You
the
may have
one.
it. Yes, this one, and then you plug it into there. And as long as you got, then you plug it in here, right, you go on your computer.
Right.
So if you have that one, you can. If you don't, you can't.
That's just the standard, that's the big one, they got a, there's a micro.
And then when I got out there,
It's a revolving door.
in the car.
Now, we haven't had it in full-time people yet,
This,
but it's gonna be there.
so that's that.
Yeah,
This is not.
Responders.
that's for that phone.
Well, if Raycon has this particular. But then you have to be this what came with this. I just let me pick my phone. No more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know this guy didn't have it, I knew his, I didn't know his daddy very well, I knew his uncle. And also, I know all his uncle, I just didn't know his dad very well. I knew who he was. He was, he's the oldest. His dad was
How are you, Carol?
All right, how you doing?
Pretty good, just getting older.
You know the house. going up there in sewer, so the last house we get through, on the left-hand side.
Oh, okay.
That's when he grew up at.
I'll be done.
I mean, he had grew up there.
Yeah.
That's where they were going to her house.
Hmm.
And she was the postmaster at sewer for years. And they had a deal, I dropped, they took bags out of it, and then she came up and grabbed them, changed blue line.
Sure.
Grabbed them all.
Hmm.
He had one camera on the front porch.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
You ever see that house?
Yeah.
That's what we done.
I'll be done. One day I was home, and I heard somewhere, but they got this train that they call it the Silver Bullet.
Yeah.
When I put my application.
Okay, so
in, they said as soon
I
as
went on Charter Oak
I was
and
good to go, so.
Broadway, Charter Oak and track to picture. Well, then I realized I didn't have any film. Didn't have stitch film. So I went, drove back home real fast, found some film, hauled a sewer road, cut across the track.
Is that a goal?
I went back down that road and I got him as he's coming around that curve. I don't know what the No. Come on, Scott. I've been there 15 to 20 years ago.
What came through here today?
Well,
No, Silver Bullet, I think Silver Bullet runs through here real regular for a while.
it was a steam engine.
Oh, no, no, he come through here not too many years ago.
Broke the window.
Everybody got wrong go.
Maybe come back through, but,
Hit by 60.
big truck. 91.
Hey, I'm probably.
Had to get 2,000.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, do that.
Because they got a new truck.
If it shows it, then we're good.
Well, there's probably another one, so.
I want to get that before I start right there. No problem. I'm just gonna go up there and look at that and then. We might just.
Right on our property.
Yeah.
Oh, red bud. And Harold's property too. Is that?
Nobody else. It doesn't matter, it's fire plan. If the training isn't required, the employer should be responsible to pay the wage. You know what? I'm here to do what's right, and that's all. So, I appreciate it. Makes me feel good.
Still the latest.
Oh, you did? A big one?
No, not like that.
Okay.
It was 42 inches long. And then it'll do 12 or 16, maybe 16 inches around.
That was a question I
That's something that they can put in their bill for the rest of
I bought
whether they're here or not.
10 tools. One was a caliper. And then he gave me 2 chucks to hold the wood. They were $125 and $100 for that. Total for the 10 tools, retail price.
That's what we're not gonna do.
No.
Yes, some of them tools,
That's the end, we're not gonna say we're running the
each chisel.
Yes, there's.
Running the
Yes. And then.
The rear admiral,
What else did I get?
5 of us.
Anyway,
By
I'm
God.
all set up on the list.
Good old place, aren't they? Yeah, just a little different model. I've got 3 or 4 years of this.
I looked down there and I thought, maybe it's just my glasses, I cleaned my glasses.
It is,
Actually,
That's all I wear.
but it's not actually the OT, it is. Oh, yeah.
That's what Luke says, I'm sorry, he said he was really appreciative of everybody showing up.
Lester, his last name is
I was
Lester.
gone out of state, you know.
he did a good job.
Yeah, I mean, I thought,
Tim's sister.
I think Bobby was a little overwhelmed.
Yeah.
What I heard, he was just, I don't think he expected all
Not
that.
any of us was.
They did a good job. Like I say, I wanted to make sure you got that.
Well, that's what he said. He said he was really grateful.
It was in one of these
Yeah, exactly.
But the separate tool that I bought is
And
a
Well, you know, got served. It just kind of, things just got wrong. You know, he can't work the computer, he can't work his cell phone, you know.
Yeah,
It's just really frustrating. Oh, yeah.
Outdoors.
Well, it's 30 years of service, man, long term, but it's just past the stop. Yeah, it happens. It does all of us. It happens at times, but if you don't stay abreast of things and stay up.
That was a hell of a
I mean, you're looking
That really was.
Things have changed a lot since you first started. I know how much has changed with you.
Yeah.
3 hours. So 3 hours Saturday have to be 8 hours.
Well, I do too. I think, you know, this is my son.
Slide it down the table towards the auctioneer. Try to get hurry him up.
Well, they always have the bullshit down each thing.
They had a tip full of
Just
crap.
You know.
Well, Luke Rosen, guys, he's known him since he was that big.
Right.
He was, you know, and he's worked with him, so he knows him. He knows him.
We got a meeting Tuesday, hopefully we'll have a.
There was only 12 people left. Yes, and you have a plunge rider,
Get that taken.
brand new.
So.
And he said, come on now, who'll give me 20? Nobody will say anything. Who'll give me 10? Yeah.
Because I wanted $5.
No,
Buy some good.
finally said, all right, give me 250. Boy, the hands lit up then. And finally, we get back up to $15 or $20. Plunge rider.
Well, you
They're-
know,
Paid about
I hate that deal.
$2, I think.
It's not too
Well, it's just like he,
You know?
Yeah, but you know, they work for,
Yeah.
don't mean it to be that way.
Well, I know, but
When you go to the auction, especially Sundays, you didn't get.
Well, I don't, it's almost like they got this sense of entitlement, and I don't want to, I don't want to hear that.
I bought 2 boxes of
The reason I'm
$20.
including that in here is because that kind of
There's a
stuff.
32-foot heavy chain in one of the boxes.
So anyway, Joel,
really.
I can't help it.
32-foot chain.
Well, on Sundays, yeah, a lot of people aren't gonna.
let's get started. Everybody laughs. Everybody ready? Everybody got tired. Sure. Everybody laughed.
I did too.
Take that chain.
I live here, I know.
Yeah.
You know one of the Craig systems?
You want 3 kids?
Yeah.
I was big.
Well, there was, I trained you. There was about that much in that cup.
That's all right.
That was in there. It wasn't much, you didn't miss much, let me tell you.
Yeah.
And those, this one.
It was the last
Yeah, I
straw.
know, because I
Chris
saw that.
Green did, I think.
It was amazing.
We'll just blame her. She's secretary, right, Chief?
That's right. Chief boss.
She is. That's the truth, right there. You're darn good at that.
Everybody happy though, you can do it all you want.
Yeah, that radio deal is gonna be a great message. It becomes.
Okay, we have, we're back in session, recess is over, 21:32. Okay, next item on the agenda is the cell phone and cell phone policy review.
This kind of came about with, you know, Becky last month. On the cell phone for the IRS and all that stuff. As well as I've talked with Carol and Terry, you know, have department issue cell phones.
Yes.
Those phones need to be replaced. They're not getting where they don't hold a charge or anything, and they've had them for several years.
They get, well, they just get, well, they don't work.
And so this is kind of why this came up here. This cell phone policy that they came up with is actually the city of Guthrie's cell phone policy. It's what the city of Guthrie has in place. So we figured that was a good place to start.
so we let the person purchase their own cell phone, then we simply are subsidizing it.
Then you just, yeah, if you do that, if you want to keep the department cell phones, we can keep it like it is. We can still upgrade their cell phones on that right there. If you want to follow, and I talked to Carol and Terry both, they both make business and personal calls on those cell phones.
Sure they do.
You're going to. That's just the way it is. if we follow with what Becky says to eliminate that, then we can sell those 2 cell phones to Carol and Terry for like $1, and then they can go down, and we can transfer those numbers off of the district account, and they can actually upgrade those numbers and keep the same numbers and set them in a personal account, and then there would be a reimbursement
Well, that's about all.
every month on
For
something
5
like
years
that.
old.
Yeah. How old are they?
No problem about that.
So I said something's 5 years old.
They have more seniority than about half the people in this department.
So I was still working at that.
Do we need some new phones? I might have 1 or 2 smartphone laying around, like
Stinking batteries.
HTC. I'm serious, I might have a couple of HTC
Well,
laying around that we.
that's
can
one
use.
thing you guys need to discuss. Do you want to keep the phones on the department? Or do you want to actually take it over to where you reimburse?
How are we gonna be able to monitor, my question is this, how are we gonna be able to monitor how many minutes they have, and who's gonna do all that and everything, it's personal calls and all that and everything? I don't think that's fair to ask, who's gonna do it? We're gonna ask Christie to do it? I can't do
She
it.
she don't know what personal calls that Carol's getting, she don't know mine, or she don't know, Terry's or anything like that. And that's the thing, it's just,
Back when we first got cell phones for the city of Edmond, and I had one, we got a monthly statement, and it had all the calls on it.
Every
We were
single
given a
call.
copy of it, what is personal calls? You figured, that's when you pay so much a minute, and you just, okay, this is.
You can
mine,
get
this
one
is
on
mine,
your
this is
account.
mine.
I can get
And
one
you
on
wrote a
mine.
check to the city for that amount.
right. Well, that's the thing, we get I could print out the use.
Right, so I said
Everybody's
somebody's,
own, everything they received, every time they made a call, and I get, if you want to do that, we can give it to the individual, and they're responsible for doing that, and then however you want to.
but then you'd have to do like some
Do
kind of
that.
percentage figure or something, and
That's the
say,
thing.
there was a total of 424 minutes used this month,
Right.
and they used, 117 minutes on personal calls or whatever, and then you'd have to calculate something, it's just gonna be too much.
And the thing is, on our mobile share plan, it's unlimited data, unlimited text messages and unlimited calls.
I know, I understand.
And then, they share a certain amount of,
Sure.
I think 25 gigabyte of
That's
data.
from what Becky said,
So-
anytime they use it personally, then that's a benefit that they have.
Right,
It's about
and they want to
taxes.
charge you back, and basically the IRS want to charge you back for it, so.
It's a benefit.
That's
In other words,
why-
they want the IRS to pay taxes on that benefit.
Yeah, that's why I contacted, Eric, and asked him what Guthrie, or Fire Department's policy, and he said basically it's a city policy, and that's where this came from, is Guthrie city policy on that right there. I figured that's a good place to start, and
So
you
by
can-
what you're saying here, we could give them an allowance and not have to worry about any of that paperwork.
Right. It would be their phone, and you give them allowance a month.
They get their own phone, they get their own service, but what is there to guarantee that that's gonna stay in service? What if they didn't pay their bill?
Well,
Well, that's,
that's part of their,
they lose their phone if they don't.
responsibility.
that's
And
part of
there's a
their.
And then they would lose their stipend a month.
Yeah, they would lose their stipend.
So what he's asking, the question is how do we know that they're maintaining the service?
That's the thing, that would be a
Or
disciplinary
it's-
action, because at
it
that
would-
point, they're
Yeah, then
stealing
it
from
would
the
be stealing
department.
from the department, and it'd be
Right.
a disciplinary action if you call and that number's been
Call them
called.
once a month randomly.
You
say,
call them once a month and see. That's easy.
Well, I guess maybe, don't you have them bring in a copy of their driver's license? Want to get it renewed? Make sure their operator's license is keep it in their personnel file, stuff like that? What I'm saying is, I guess, once a year or something, we could ask them to bring in a copy of their
Cell phone bill or something.
cell phone bill, showing that it's still active and still an account.
Rather than doing that, we probably ought to simply reserve the right to
Ask for it at any time,
ask for it at any time.
if you suspect abuse. That
A lot
might be
less
a better
paperwork.
person. Yeah,
You want some more paperwork, Chrissy?
no, that'd probably be a lot easier.
Just reserve the right to do that, because you do, as an employer, you do have a right to investigate,
Company expenses.
company,
Are you suggesting all phones have the data capability or just phone service?
Well, all phone needs data capability, because when we're out, we get a call, we get that text from,
So you're talking
Well-
about $80 a month for each?
well,
phone?
this was, like I say, this is the way Guthrie had it laid out, and you can adjust that anyway. Every phone is, their personal phone is gonna depend on how they set
They're playing that.
their plan up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Terry and Carol gonna stay with a smartphone, that's what they've got now, it's a smartphone, so they'll leave that on their deal. But,
Well, here's the other thing, and then we're going to figure out who all's going to be receiving an allowance. That's the next question.
well, that's why there's positions on that page, I mean, that's kind of the way they are on that.
Right.
So that's something for you guys to discuss and modify or table or throw out and leave it like it is, or?
Well, apparently if we do it like it is, we're doing it illegally.
Well, according to Becky, but I don't know, she felt like it was that way on the nepotism thing too, until we reviewed it some more.
I think, I think it's the simplest, best way for everybody involved is to adopt the policy as it's written here. Now, if we start extending the number of phones,
If we have 3 lieutenants, we don't have 3 lieutenants now, we talked about putting 3 lieutenants.
Right, are we going to, is that gonna fall in? Right now, that covers fire chief, assistant chief, captain, and the board secretary.
So that's what I'm saying, so you got 3 captains?
3 captains.
So there's actually 6 phones we're talking about.
See, and Brian and Nathan, they use their personal phone.
So
They don't have a department phone, they're not on the department plan, they use their personal phone.
May not be, but when they find out that they're getting $80 a month allowance, they're gonna want $80
I'm
a
saying,
month
you know,
allowance.
I mean.
Okay, I can tell you right now.
So, okay, I got a question.
Okay.
That pension,
I don't know, we didn't look at the book on that.
It's what?
is that pensionable? Do we have to pay a pension on that? I wouldn't think so, but.
No, that's a 1099 expense.
It's income, no matter what.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, it's income.
That's the whole
It's
question.
reimbursement.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
But
It's not really income, it'd be
If it's a
reimbursement.
reimbursement, then we have to have a record of it.
It's not reimbursement, it's an allowance.
For allowance, okay.
There should be a place on a 1099 for allowance.
Well, the only way it can be a reimbursement, if you remember, I can go back to my notes here from the pension thing we had, they would have to invoice us for it.
They would have to substantiate their
That's right.
phone use.
Monthly.
That, yes.
Yes, that was part of it.
How does Deer Creek do it?
It's like when I was over there, they had personal phone. I'm not sure how they do the chief phone. They hadn't worked out a lot of that stuff before you got.
I recommend more research be done before.
I think you're right.
I think that's probably a good idea. You can talk to Eric and see whether they consider it as pensionable or not.
They,
Edmund just
That's
has
what we
one
call the
on,
pension system.
Edmund just has one on the rigs, and the guys all use their own personal phones. Everybody's got a phone, so.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way they do it. I mean,
Could we
they got one
put
provider on the truck. That way, if you need one on the
command
truck for
vehicle,
business, you
put one on
want
the
to put one on the command vehicle, put one on each one of the engines, and then, because there's too many people.
Right.
You know, and there's just, everybody's got it, you know, so, and then they
You know,
just.
the trouble is, somebody sticks it in their pocket when they're on the engine and it goes home with them.
Keys
Or
before too.
somebody, yeah.
I've done it.
You know, yeah. We had that problem at the airport on the.
I'm just saying, that's the way Evan does it, but I mean, everybody's got their own way of handling
Let's do
it.
some more research and check with some more people and check the
Okay.
pension system and see where we're at on this.
So just pass on that?
Let's pass on this one then.
Mike, you want to do some more research on legality of that?
No.
I try to volunteer you for something here.
If I can avoid it.
No,
Sorry I brought it up. I think we'll maybe.
I don't like to think
I don't know, the board will have the pension.
Hey, maybe I'll do some checking on that and see.
Well, it wouldn't be pensionable for our board
Give you an
secretary.
answer.
I can answer that question for you, how's that? Okay.
But
It's probably gonna be taxable. You probably pay tax on it. You probably pay tax on it.
Well, you don't have to. Well, you don't have to. You don't want to.
He told me on his talk.
Chris, don't use it for your phone. That's all that matters.
He told me on the other phone, somebody, he talked to.
Yeah.
official.
Yeah, you can, but you just.
Is there another one?
Be listed.
Another one ring. I hear it. I can get that, no, I hear the other side.
I missed it, I'm sorry.
And the next one has to do with open records, I believe, is that correct?
That's right.
Yes.
It says official documents, so I guess that's what it means. Mike, you want to explain all this?
Yeah. I'll just go through it here. First paragraphs, first two paragraphs just basically reiterates what the Open Records Act is for and what it means. Policy standards, and then under policy standards, first two lines there, we don't have regular business hours of at least 30 hours a week, so we posted and maintained a written notice in our principal office with the county clerk. So that tells whoever wants the records, you gotta catch us when we're available. First bullet. The district will provide prompt and reasonable access to records and establish procedures to protect the integrity and organization of the records and to prevent excessive disruptions of essential functions. Since we have minimal resources to be able to get this stuff together a lot of times, the bigger requests, it's going to take us longer to put it together. As we experienced, I think, with Mr. Martin's request, not all that information was in our purview. Some of this stuff that was asked for wasn't in our possession. So
if you're asking for minutes for last board meeting or something, that's going to be easy request.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a simple.
If somebody wants to come in and just do an inspection, then fine, no problem. They can just come in, and if Christie's available to show them the record, then they can.
But she would need to be there with the records and not let them out of her possession.
Right.
Yeah, really, one of us needs to be there. I know when I used to go request records at work, we would have to do an inventory, we'd have to sign for the records, and I put that stuff in here. It's a very common practice. Okay, and tells you, second bullet tells you how the records can be requested. And honestly, they could be requested by simply coming in, telling Christie, I want to look at these records, and then filling out the request to do it.
It'll always require a written request.
It'll always require the written request.
Are you sure?
Why not?
Okay.
That's just to show that we have a positive duty to show that we actually do have people come in, request it, and that we allow them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't prove that if you don't have a record of having done it.
Okay.
It protects us.
Yeah.
So that's covered there in the second bullet, actually, isn't it?
Right.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you have to mail it in. You can hand deliver it and just ask to see it at that time. And if it's something that's immediately available, no problem. If you want to make copies and take it home, though, we need to have an inventory of it.
But according to the next one of these bullets or two, that she couldn't do that without the approval of myself or a board member or my designee.
If the, depends on what it is. If it's a lengthy request, something more than I want to look at my own record, I want to see what's in my file, that kind of thing, well, sure. Go look in your file. You can always do that. But if it's something that somebody, whoever it might be, whether it's a reporter or whether it's a member of the district or whether it's whoever it is, if they want to come in and want copies of documents, then we need to have an inventory done of the documents that are given to them. And because we're giving documents out, we need to have the ability to have a second eyes look at them. To make sure that they are, that what's given out is a complete record as far as we know.
Right. Like the governor's office right now, they had a request in for documentation. They've so far released 357,000 pages. It's taken 2 years they've been working on it. And they have to read and review. They suggest that you read and review each one of them to make sure that what's being given out is a complete record. So that way that you're not
And-
giving out
and-
some half-truth or
And
whatever.
that it's not a protected record.
And it's not a protected record like somebody's personnel information, or that we're not releasing some, not that Christie would do that, but I'm just saying, ultimately it's, we gotta make sure that it's done right, that's what he's saying.
Well, it protects the board, it protects Christie, it protects everybody.
Sure.
And this prevents disputes about whether or not something was given to them. Because the person who's requesting the records needs to sign for it.
Sure.
And the inventory will simply be a document which says, or an entry which says something like minutes of the October 13th board meeting, 2015, and then the date that it was released. And then at the bottom, there will be a line for the person it was released to. Now, I know that in some cases, if there's lawyers involved, sometimes they don't come themselves to pick up the record. They may send a legal assistant or something. And what you do at that point in time is you just satisfy yourself that that's who they are representing that person. And usually they'll have some ID on them or something. So you know who you released it to, okay? And then we're going to retain a copy of any request for release form and the inventory. So we can go back and number one, prove we did it, and number two, show what it is that we released. And then, let's see. And then,
Because if we don't, they can say, well, you didn't give me that. We don't have any way of proving that we did.
yeah. And then Christie will be the board secretary. Christie, in this instance, shall be responsible for completing an accurate inventory for the review of the board president or his or her designee of any documents that are released. And that's simply the double check, that we're releasing what we need to release. And that designee, depending upon what the document is, or how many documents are asking to be released, it could be it could be the chief, it could be Christie, it could be any of us board members.
Under that fourth bullet, it says board president, should that be board chairman?
Well, I guess it is chairman now, isn't it?
I think it is chairman, isn't it?
Back when I used to do this, it was the president.
I think that came up once before.
Yeah. It's probably me screwing that up. And I would recommend, and I'll make a motion that the board approve it as written with the correction of president to chairman.
On that fee schedule on photocopy, shouldn't it be 8.5 by 11, rather than 8.5 by 14?
That's up to 8.5 by 14,
Is
that
that
covers
legal?
8.5.
That's
thousand.
probably-
Legal, okay, legal size.
That's probably,
Okay.
I think.
Okay,
And that's right out of the state statute.
That's true,
That's
okay.
out of the state statute.
That's why, it's because,
Do we have a copy making the legal side?
oh yeah, ours will make, it'll make
I
ledgers.
got about 3 readers at the house, I don't have use for it.
Well, that's why I said, one we got to do ledgers.
I can give it, I'll bring it to you. I have about 3 readers at my house, I have no use for it.
Okay.
And there is no fee unless you're taking a
I
copy.
don't remember the other
Right,
time.
to look at it, there's
To
no
look
fee.
at it, there's no fee.
Oh, 2.5.
If you want just an inspection, no fee. But we do need to make a record of whose record was inspected or what records were inspected.
Okay, I'll make a form for inspection.
Sure.
I don't know if you've got one here, ought to do it, and all you gotta
Records
do is
request form.
note on it.
Okay,
All you gotta do is note on that, that this was a request for inspection only,
okay.
so no copies. You know. I think this will do.
Okay.
So I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the policy number 1 or 2, titled official documents.
That's correct.
As corrected.
Chair thinks so.
Any other questions, comments?
Does that also include the form, or that could be changed, can it?
There's a form.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Or is that part of the policy, or is
Yeah,
that?
that's
is that-
part of the policy.
Okay. So the only way that form can be modified or changed is we'll have to change it.
Yeah, it's policy,
Got it, okay.
it's page 2 of.
Okay, got it. Put it in the form, just want to clarify.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Chrissy's been sitting too long, bugs are getting to her.
They are.
It's a fly. It's because you're so sweet.
Mr. Claus,
Okay. Claps.
he asked who's seconding.
Next item is the EMS operations policy.
In looking at our policies and procedures, we have no policy on the EMS operations.
Did I miss switch up?
Basically tells us how we work, who we account to, who we answer to, and the way we do things. This EMS,
Other than just whatever the medical director sets out.
Hold up, hold
I'm
up.
out.
On the agenda,
We don't have a,
you said the open records policy was not,
I don't see it on the agenda.
You meant, oh, it's not in here.
It is under F, policy review and adopt possible new policies.
Okay. Generally,
It's
just not
general, yes.
specified as the
That's
other.
correct.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
It's under F,
Oh,
general.
oh,
Rather
okay,
than-
all right, now, I'm sorry,
talk to you.
go ahead.
okay, under the EMS operations policy, this kind of came about when our, the Department of Health came out and inspected us. She wanted to see our policy on operations and stuff, and I said, okay, yeah, we got that, and she said, okay, and so I figured we needed to do that. I'm one person that don't like to recreate the wheel, so I contacted Brian Davis, Assistant Chief of EMS Operations in Edmond, who also used to work for the state, our medical director.
Medical director, I was gonna say he worked for the medical director himself.
Right, before he went to work there. So this is their policy of EMS operations. And we just went through and adopted it, or adapted it to our,
Yeah.
it pretty much follows everything that we do. It tells how long we have to keep records, training files.
Now, is this a replacement of what we already have? or-
We don't have
We don't
it.
have one.
Oh, this is the new
This is
policy.
a new one that we need to get in place. We have nothing over EMS operations as in a
And we
policy.
need it because of our medical director says we need to have it, or what?
The state,
The state health department.
state health department, we need something outlining our EMS operations.
And this came straight from Brian Davis.
Yes,
Perfect.
the names were changed, to protect the innocent.
I've got a few comments.
Okay,
The EMR minimum state requirement, is that a state requirement? Is that-
yes, that's a requirement, minimum DMR,
So everybody here has to have the EMR.
as well as our medical director.
Okay. All right. Is this pretty much in line with what we do now?
Yes.
There's bugs in here.
Yeah, it's pretty much in line with what we do now. It just kind of lays everything out so there's no question. That way, if there's a question, we can sit there and, yeah, we've got that policy in effect. This is what we do. We respond on all appropriate medical and personal, respond with all appropriate medical and personal protective equipment. And we show up on scene. We've got our equipment,
It's not a higher standard than what we're performing at.
No, it's the same thing we're doing. Personal protective equipment, gloves, glasses,
Okay.
bucket gear, stuff like that.
All right. I got a question about what is a lead shift EMT?
That is gonna be the lead medic on each shift, which, on red shift is gonna be Dale, because he's a higher level of care. On blue shift, it would be Blake, since he is the senior EMT basic, and Joe, since he's the only EMT basic.
Well, how does that work into if we have a volunteer at a higher level of training or certification?
Well, if
Then
he was a paramedic and-
then the higher level of.
The highest level of
It's
Yeah,
not-
the highest level of care
It's
would
not a
be.
shift person?
No, Bob just laid out on that shift, that's it. If we have a higher level of care, the higher level of care is the shift lead medic. That's just like we do now. We get on the scene, cardiac arrest, if I'm there, I'm the lead medic. If Dale's there, Dale's the lead medic. If we have basics, then it's gonna be the first guy that comes in and takes charge.
But if you hadn't, say if you were just a basic EMT or Howling Head first responder and you arrived on the scene, even if it was a guy that was a one-year firefighter, if he's a paramedic, he's the guy in charge.
He's the guy in charge, higher level of care.
Right, it has nothing to do with what your, how many bugles you got or what your
Right.
rank is or anything.
Right. If, say for instance, Cameron and Brandon respond in the rescue, they're both EMRs, they get on scene, they initiate care. Darren shows up in the brush truck, care is automatically goes to him because he is a higher level of care, he's a basic.
The word shift there kind of threw me off a little bit. Because I didn't know if you were referring to full-time people or.
Well, no, it's
scene-
actually, it's, yeah.
scene lead EMT or something. Would that be
Yeah,
better?
actually, we probably should take shift out and just say lead EMT.
I think that more.
Why don't we do that, yeah.
What paragraph is this in?
Number 7.
7,
Yeah, we'll take,
page 2,
yeah, shift lead, we take shift lead
Page
out
2,
because they
Kristen.
have it, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah.
okay. Number 7, just take out the word
Take out the word
shift,
shift.
just say lead EMT.
But I'm sure that was the way that
Right.
Edmund had it because they had all shifts.
Right, yeah. On the documentation, it just tells how the documentation will be done. It will be recorded electronically after each EMS incident. That's the way we do it now with emergency reporting, everything's electronic. Patient care documentation should follow the chart format, which follows the last directive we got from the medical director on
That's the way he wants it.
documentation, the chart format, yeah.
And if the medical director modifies things occasionally, I mean, say in a couple of years,
Right.
we'll probably have to revisit this.
Right, and that's the thing, you know, we need to, by us developing, actually adopting a policy saying we do it like this, then they come in and say, well, how do you do things? Well, here's our policy, this is the way we do it.
Is that a state requirement, 3 years
Yes.
on the file time? But currently, that's the current standard.
Yeah.
Okay, one other item, just as a clarification.
Okay.
On that second page, under documentation, there's about 5 lines there that are indented. The 4th line, it says the OCR FPD, which is Oak Cliff Rural Fire Protection District.
Yeah,
Do we need to take the R out of that?
probably, yeah, Oak
Because
Cliff
it's
Fire
Oak Cliff
Protection
Fire
District.
Protection District.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, those need to be changed. There's about 3 or 4 places that needs to change out of Oak Cliff Fire Protection District.
All right, that's all I've got.
All this does is just further establish what we've got and get it down in writing on how we operate. We're running too many medical calls not to have something down with what we do. And our next, the next section under our titles was 700, it was reserved, so that's why I went to 700 and 701. If y'all agree with that on the policy number.
This ball's a number system we already got in place. Okay. So you ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt policy number 700 titled EMS Operation Standards. I guess as noted for changes, you know, just a few changes. There weren't very many, but just a few changes that we had that was in there. Is that acceptable?
I second. Okay. You got a motion and a second to approve policy number 700 with the noted changes. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay. Next item is 701 policy.
This one right here came about from the Health Department's inspection. We have to have a quality improvement program, and it has to be in writing. She asked me if we had one, and I said, yes, we do. She said, could I see it? I said, well, don't have anything in writing. And she said, you gotta have something in writing. So, we did get a demerit for that, which with this actually takes care of that. This is the same thing, it's a quality improvement program saying that we're gonna maintain the highest level of care that we can. Once again, we need to take the rule over there. But this also came from the city of Edmond on their QI. And it says that basically everything we do, if there's any complaints or anything like that, we provide ongoing review of new equipment and standard of care if there's any changes. It also says that we prepare our monthly reports. We're also going to be required to submit monthly reports to the Office of the Medical Director.
So it's going to be separate report, something new
Yes.
that you haven't been doing in the past.
Well, we have, really, we have. I've had contact with Howard Reed, which is IMSA, we're out of Tulsa.
Right.
And we send him cardiac stuff and things like that for him to review, and he gives us feedback on it. Well, unfortunately, we didn't have anything written. He'll send me a text, or he'll call me and say, hey, you know, that looks good, you did good, or I need this,
It was
or
more
I need that, or
informal.
something
It's
like
not
that.
formal.
It's more informal.
Actually.
And the state health department requires us to have formal documentation of a quality improvement program, a policy on quality improvement program, as well as proof that I have submitted stuff to the medical director for review and that I have their comments back.
I understand.
More red tape.
They just want to make sure that they're in the loop.
Right.
That's what it amounts to.
And
On the equipment review, maybe I'm reading this wrong, it says Oakville Fire Protection and Rural Protection District has several vendors for which to purchase equipment. The QI process includes researching new equipment while monitoring the effectiveness of the current equipment. New equipment that is on the market but not currently in use by the fire department may be acquired for research and development. Does that mean we're automatically going to get that, or just
No.
through the process of purchasing?
you know, it said we may,
Okay.
you know, there may be some, that, you know, where, say with these, new rescue CPR system, that he'd give us one to try or something
For
like that.
R&D out in the
They
field,
might
or-
do something, yeah, on that right there.
Trying to sell it.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Like I say, it brings us in line with everything they require now.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt policy number 701 on quality improvement program for our EMS, and with the noted changes, deleting the word rural and numerous locations.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second to approve policy number 701 with a few minor changes. In a second. Any questions? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Next item is 302 paid firefighter.
Yeah, after looking at the policies and reviewing policies, our paid policy, our policy on our paid firefighter laid out a 40-hour work week of 14-hour shifts. So, I took this along with the information that Joe Bennett gave me that's in the contract, and basically brought our policy up to what it is in the contract, showing that we do run 3 shifts.
Just based upon what we got a tentative agreement on, Joe?
Yes, sir.
That's what, yes, sir.
Based on 56-hour work week, comprised of a 3 platoon system, including 3 24 shifts on, 3 off, and 4 days off in succession. Kind of spells all that out.
Standby time.
Standby time is just of an evening to where we don't have anything going. We finished our duties during the day, and we're gonna sit down and have dinner and watch TV. Standby time is pretty much, we don't have anything else to do that afternoon unless we get a call, then we have to go to work.
Yeah.
After the training day.
After the training. Basically 4:30
Or work
till,
out or whatever. you know.
or working out or anything like that, yeah.
Sure.
It also lays out that any normal shift duty, inspections, public events, training, or et cetera, excluding emergencies that extends into standby time shall be made up within the same tour.
What does that mean?
Basically, what it means is, on Monday, Joe's gonna assist with training on Monday night. We've got 3 hours of training on Monday night. Therefore, he gets that 3 hours that he's spending of his standby time, another part of the tour, that same tour. So, say the next day,
What if that's the last day of his tour?
well, he knows that he's gonna have training on that, he could take it the day before. You know, if we have any public events, there's been times that we've been requested to take a truck down here to the school at 6 o'clock or something due to, you know, fair. Well, the guys take it down there, and then when they come back, then either the next shift day or whatever, they get that time back. Because that way, if they get that time back, then they're still working the same amount of hours.
Well, since, I understand what we're saying here, but really, that was a part of the proposal that the union had made, that we're still in negotiations. And I think we may have a tentative agreement on it, but I'm not sure that we should act on it until we get the contract signed.
Well, we need something in place now on how things are done until you do get the contract ratified. When we get the contract ratified, or when you get the contract ratified, we can go back and change this to match the contract. But right now, we're just kind of up in the air and we don't, you know.
How big of a problem is that?
Well, it hasn't been yet, but it could be. We're trying to eliminate,
I wanna be fair about it.
we're trying to eliminate some problems, eliminate some things, if we get some stuff nailed down. Because like I say, right now, our paid firefighter policy says they work a 40-hour week, 4 10-hour shifts. Well, we haven't done that in about 4 years. So it's that far out of date. We need to bring it up close.
How close are we to getting a contract approved and agreed to?
I have no idea. I can tell you it's gonna be minimum of 2 weeks before we can even discuss having an appointment, a meeting.
Dale was sharing with me that Brian's tied up on jury duty, which is their negotiator.
I promise you, it is not us that is causing this problem.
Okay. Well, we want to get it settled as quick as the firefighters, I'm sure they will.
But just, you know, laying out standby time, it tells them, okay, you can work till this, and then
It sets the expectations.
it sets what we expect of it.
I have a hard time with it myself. That's just my own personal.
I do too.
I just, because I worked it for 27 years, I worked that shift.
Right.
Okay, and it's just, there's times when you're gonna have to work, and there's times whenever you're gonna get some time off.
Right.
Like even in grass fire season, let's put it this way, if the guys are out, I don't care, you know, what the time is, if it's, you know, in the middle of the day, he may need to come in and sleep because he was up the whole night before trying to fight fire, even if he was off duty.
Well,
Okay, he came in and worked overtime.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that might, you know, there's times when you're gonna have to put guys in the bed, and there's times when they're gonna have to work a little extra too on some hours.
I agree, there's special circumstances that
Sure.
can be taken care of. This does not limit that. All this does is.
But I'm saying, even on the other end of things,
and stuff like
I mean,
that.
even on the other end of things, there's just times when you're gonna need to work a little earlier, or you're gonna have to work a little bit later.
I agree.
And, you know, that's
I agree.
just gonna happen.
And that's what it says, you know, when it talks about inspections, public events, training, and et cetera, that et cetera falls in there. Yeah, if you gotta work extra, you gotta work extra. When that tone goes off, it makes no difference when, and it makes no difference if you
Sure.
work from 12 until get in at 8 o'clock.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's say they're out on a grass fire all day long. He's supposed to have some standby time coming or whatever. You know, when's he gonna get that? Is he just gonna take, you know, the next day when he's supposed to be mowing the yard and stuff, is he gonna take off all day? You know, I have a hard time with that.
No, they still have, they're still gonna be required to do their daily duty.
Can we put in there that any extenuating circumstances can be left up to the chief's discretion? So that, or whoever's in charge of that
Yeah.
shift, whoever, if a guy needs to come in and rack out for a while because he's been overworked, then by golly, leave that up to his immediate supervisor. We could add that as a,
I think we do that anyway.
I don't think you have to have permission for that,
but just to outline it so that, to address Rudy's concern.
But basically, to me, I mean, the workday is, you know, is the standard workday that you got. You know, and that's when a guy needs to work.
7 to 4.
Sometimes you're going to have to work a little early, and sometimes you got to work a little late. Just because it's standby time doesn't mean that you're, you know, that you're going to get some extra reward for it or whatever.
No.
It just means you're on call, you know, and if you need to work, you're going to work.
Yeah.
Some days you may work 18 hours a day. You know, on
might do
Saturday and Sunday, you probably won't have to work. Maybe just check your truck out and your equipment, and make sure your station's cleaned up, and you got, you know, you're on standby time. That's fine.
I think we're a little premature on this right now.
That's just me. But I don't know.
Well,
But we need
I just-
something about the
We
hours.
need
You need to
something
cover the
down,
hours.
and stuff covered
Ken.
and things like that, but.
Can I suggest that we simply pass this to each meeting until we get a contract and we know what we're actually dealing with?
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
But if you need to do something immediately about the hours to correct that part of it,
Well,
which
this
is
was
incorrect.
policy review, and that's why we got this. We
Sure.
reviewed the policy and brought it up to what, basically what we're doing now.
If we get a contract agreed to and signed, then it seems to me that we could call a special meeting and do whatever policy we need.
And I
Maybe not the only policy we have to revise. We may have to revise some other.
I'd like to
Yeah.
get brought up to speed on that whole
And
process, just so.
things need to be
I know what's going on.
brought up when the policy, when the contract is.
Sure, so we'll say, then we'll probably have to do a
But-
complete policy review, make sure we're in
Yeah.
compliance on all of it.
I just feel like we need something in place, and something can be changed. I mean, it can be changed to match the policy or whatever. But,
Well, the only thing that's even in question at this point is the standby time. So,
well, that's only as far as we got.
I mean, that's what I'm saying thus far. So I reviewed it all and looked at it. That was the only thing I had a question. Did I even have any questions about?
You got
What,
that in your
yeah.
contract, Joe? I mean, we can take that out, we can take that out at
The only
this
thing
point.
that I provided that we have a TA on is the shift thing where working the shifts the way we're doing them right now. That is, when I say we have a TA, that is what I'm telling you, we have a TA on.
We don't have a contract agreed.
No, I'm not arguing, I'm
I mean, we can take
reaffirming
standby
that,
time out next
we
year.
haven't even
Yeah,
discussed the
that's
standby
problem.
time.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that we provided that we have agreed upon is just the
Yeah.
current shift we're on
As
now.
much as you want.
That's it.
Well,
But the thing is, we don't know what we're gonna end up having to have.
well, and it can be changed when we find out what we do have. But we can take that out completely if that's causing a problem. I mean, all that just gives the guys an idea, okay, at 4:30, we're finished unless we're doing something, unless we're doing special training, or we're out on a PR event, or we're working,
Sure.
I mean, something like that.
Sure.
And every contract I've seen has standby time.
Yeah, I think it does have standby time in. The payback part of it's what I guess I have a hard on.
Yeah.
That, you know, because you're required to work in that period of time, which you're required to be here anyway. You know.
Right.
Normally, we try to recognize that's kind of at ease time, you know, that we don't have any assigned duties, but once in a while they happen.
Right.
And to then pay that back, I just have a hard time with that.
Yeah, me too. That's the problem that I've got.
Well, you know, a lot of that brought up on a lot of that was brought up was Monday night training. Okay, we're expected to work all day and then go to training too?
Welcome to the fire service.
Well, I know.
Well, I think
So we can take that out.
Well, you don't have, you know, there's nothing says that, you know, I mean, all of it happens that way. But I mean, we get ready for, you know, like, if we had guys that was getting ready for promotions and stuff, Chief, we worked Saturdays, Sundays,
Well, I
in the
agree. You
snow,
do what you
ice,
gotta do.
24 hours a day, night drills. We did everything. It wasn't scheduled by the training department. We were out there busting it every night. But I'll
Right,
guarantee
you
you,
gotta
when
do
my
what you
guys
gotta do.
tested, they come out, you know, they would be 1, 2, 3 on the list to make sure everybody was covered.
I mean, we can take that out for now. That's no big deal. I mean, that's a minor, that's probably the most minor thing in this
We didn't talk
policy.
about on the TA about the standby time, did we?
Yeah, look, I'm telling you, as far as the union's concerned, the only thing that we have provided to that contract that we have a tentative agreement on is the shift we work right now, not how it's broken down into how many hours, it's red, blue, green, that's what we provided for the contract that we have an agreement.
Right.
That's it.
And you're okay with this?
I'm perfectly fine with that, even if you eliminate the standby time, I have nothing to do with it.
I don't mind listing the hours, it's the payback that I think is going to get us into trouble.
No, we can take that out. That's no big deal.
Is that any normal shift duty? Is that sense?
Exclude emergencies, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
We can take that out. That's no big deal there either. That's, you know.
Or even if you got a guy
I do
who's
like
sick,
how-
I don't have a problem with that, you know, if he's just
Well,
not
I
feeling
understand
well,
like-
maybe he's just, maybe he's got,
Shut up.
maybe he's got bad stomach, a little diarrhea or something going on, it feels, you know, but he can still work for you, you don't wanna leave him, you know, but
Right.
stuff like that, I mean, I understand that.
Yeah, we don't want to be on the hook to have to provide, nap time just because he worked hard.
There's some contracts that have that in there.
Yeah, there are, yeah. And what, you
You're
know.
negotiators.
Yeah.
I don't know how they
The
got that.
thing is, you know, you get one guy say, well, I had worked all day Saturday.
Yeah, happens.
It happens,
I
I
trained
agree.
all day
I
Saturday.
agree.
You may have to fight fire all day Saturday too,
Yeah.
just whatever.
So we can take out that, if that's the deal there, we can take that out, it's no big
And
deal.
then the next
We'll
thing will
take
be,
out
well, I
standby.
missed breakfast, you know, I need some make-up time for that, or whatever, you know. I missed a lot of meals,
You eat.
it just happens.
But there's nothing written on it now, other than right here. So, I don't have, a problem. If you take out that any normal shift, excluding the
Yeah,
breaks.
take that out, that's no big deal either.
I think that'd get us where we need to be with.
That was kind of just an understanding I had with the guys, hey, you know, if you wanna train, you're gonna have train on Monday night, you're
And I
gonna,
think
if
we
we
can still
expect
be
it to
flexible with
train.
that, if
Well, I do
it's here all
too.
day Monday.
It's the makeup part of it, that's the
Yeah, okay.
thing.
Having it written in stone. Yeah. Let that be up to the chief's discretion.
We have discretion on that. I don't wanna have a rule that's on everything that's gotta be covered.
Right.
Well, yeah,
Because at the end of the day, it's gonna end up like a construction site where that guy can't pick up a shovel.
Yeah.
Because it's written that way.
the thing is, well, like I say,
Getting into
we had
micromanagement,
to
you're
spell everything.
Yeah.
Because there were people that would take advantage of things. You had to spell every little detail out. When you could take your freaking break, you know, I mean, that is ridiculous.
Well, my job description at Tankerville Police Department is and other assigned duties. That took care of it. Other assigned duties.
Yeah, we're good there, we'll leave that. Any other, okay, what about, in the PTO follows with what we're taking care of now? The 288 hours, or maximum accrual is what is in the handbook.
PTO, we'll just have to modify that
Question on
after
number
changes.
6. And this was actually a part of the negotiations previously. In addition to agreed upon salary, the district will pay 40% of the gross salary, and the firefighter will pay 9% of the OSFA pension plan. I agree with that. The district will also provide a health insurance policy for the employer after the first full calendar month of employment. Does that mean we're paying for all of it?
I don't know, that's in your policy right now, that came directly out of your policy that's in effect.
It doesn't say how much we'll pay, it says we'll
Basically,
provide
probably
assistance.
like you say, you pay $200 of the health
We
insurance
pay more than
policy.
that.
It's just $200 a month.
I know what it says, but I think we're paying more than 200 a month. Oh, Joe?
We absorb the increase.
I think we-
Yeah, I think last time I checked,
July.
which is a while ago,
Yeah.
that's for me and me only. I think you guys pay like 207, but that was several months ago.
Yeah.
Well, when I talked to Shelley, when the new rates went in effect, I gave her the new rates, and she said the department's still paying the $200 deductible, or the $200 reimbursement And I said, as far as I know, if that's changed, then we need to,
I thought we had to pay 50%, that's the minimum.
well, his is like $420-something, and Dale's is like $380-something.
Right.
So,
I
you're
think it
not,
was like-
the 200 was already set
I
in
think it was
in
$200,
paychecks.
I think it was like $200 minimum and 50% or at least $200 minimum. I think that's the way it was.
Like,
I think that's what-
like I said,
So it's kind of
that was already
confusing.
set in paychecks when I,
So it's kind of
Paper
confusing,
board,
it may be
so-
something what, and when we
maybe
clarify
that's
it,
something we need to look at.
well, we'll clarify it in the contract. We'll
Yeah.
make sure we get it lined out. But I think that's what it was. I think it was a $200 minimum that they were guaranteed and up to 50% of the contract, depending on who it was.
So you want to add that in here, $200 minimum?
Maybe we just need to do that sentence out.
We can do that. Like I say, that's in your policy right now.
Yeah.
That was word for word, came right directly out of it. Matter of
What do you
fact,
guys
I took
think?
that policy and
What do you guys think?
I
don't know enough about it to say.
Yeah.
Well, it just says we're gonna provide one for them. It doesn't say what, how much or
Is this
what
policy,
percentage we're paying or anything. It just says we're gonna provide one.
is this policy replacing what number 6 has been taken out of? Or
no,
will
that, number 6 is just, is the policy in effect now,
It will
number
remain.
6 is in there.
So it'll remain
Yeah.
in effect even if it's out of there, so we don't need to be redundant, we can just eliminate it.
It just says we're supposed to provide one. It doesn't say what percentages.
Yeah, I
It
just
doesn't
don't
say
want
who pays
I
what.
don't want to make that confusing or anything, and muddy the water any more than that.
That's why we're kind of looking at these to,
Yeah.
district will also provide health insurance policy for the employee after the first calendar month of employment, number 6. Now, we did change from 13 and 8 to the 14 and 9.
Yeah.
That had been changed on that, but that's what's in effect now on that policy, in effect in 2012, 3 years ago.
So does it need to be in this one?
What did it say there on the amount? Did it say the
It
amount?
didn't say an amount on the,
Did
it says exactly what this says, the district will provide health insurance. Like I say, that wasn't changed in the.
Well, it's the benefit that's there right now, and
Right.
we're not willing to change it right now, so maybe we can leave it in there then.
It doesn't even say how much or what percentage
No.
or anything we're paying. It just says we're gonna provide them with health insurance policy.
Yeah.
Or even if they're, and that, some of them don't even want to use it, so
Yeah.
if they choose not to take it, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you put down a dollar amount, you'd have to give it to all of them whether we're taking it or not. So,
Yeah.
right? So I wouldn't put a dollar amount, that's my suggestion. Just leave it like it is. I think that was the reason why we did that.
Now, like I say, that was in the original policy on number 6 there, it hadn't been changed.
Okay. What's your pleasure?
On number 9, we,
Because that's changed.
that's that same on that's where it lines out the probationary period.
Right.
And we added on that the probationary firefighter will be rotated different shift every 4 months of a probationary year.
So,
That's what Joe said that you guys had in
We,
the contract
on
on that.
that line, we have discussed it and have a TA on that line.
right, yeah. Okay.
So, and then,
Is that your current policy? Is that what you guys are doing?
That's what we would do anyway. If we hired 2 more guys, that's what we would do
Right.
anyway, just so they have a chance to work with every shift.
Well, sure, yeah, it makes sense. Heck, yeah. Gets to know everybody, and everybody's got different strengths.
Right.
Which number are you on?
that was number 9, on that, we just, like I said, we added in there that the probationary firefighters will be rotated different shift every 4 months on the probationary year, because Joe said that's what y'all had talked about on the
Yeah.
contract.
I want to move back to number 8. There's not a time frame on it, other than the employee's total time on the
Is
department.
that over 20 years? Or
What's that?
Number 8, you say
Absences.
after the fourth a one-day suspension will follow the third unexcused tardy or.
Oh, that should be within a 12-month period.
Doesn't have, that's what he's saying, there's no time.
Yeah.
There's no time frame in there.
Okay.
If they're late 4 times in 20 years.
Yeah, no, it should be within a 12-month period.
Get the axe.
I've been fined several times.
19 years and 9 months, buddy, you're out of here.
Union may have a problem with that. I just-
No, yeah, within a 12-month period. You good with that?
That's actually what we discussed
Yeah.
years ago. It's
Yeah.
just, it's not in writing.
Okay, that must have got deleted out of there or something.
It was not calendar year, it was from a year from the offense.
From the offense, yeah.
Yeah, from the first offense, within a 12-month period of first offense.
In number 9 then, do we need to add a phrase about at-will employee?
Was who's considered to be a paid firefighter. Remember, the pension system said that there's not any at-will firefighters. You have volunteers, and you have paid
It's not in
firefighters.
there now, but
But if you title this right here, paid firefighters, that covers everybody that's a paid firefighter. Okay? So,
I think we actually have the wording in the contract we presented that spells that out specifically.
I think there was
I
more
forget- I
definition.
forget how we work, there was a definition for it. that
I didn't
we-
bring in my contract
I did.
stuff, Joe, tonight.
I don't have it either on me. It's something that's to the effect,
Bad.
you must
I hadn't
have,
met or done anything, so I didn't bring it.
well, same here, right here.
Full-time paid firefighter, full-time.
There's no full-time.
For pension purposes,
Oh,
they say there's no such thing as a
Yeah, it's full pay.
There's either a firefighter.
I think it was something along the lines of like 112 hour.
That's for pension purposes.
Per pay period or something like that for, I forget how he worded it. It was something to do, that, I forget now.
Was that under,
I honestly don't remember, Dwight. I haven't looked at that thing in probably a month.
wait a second. Nothing new that says anything about.
You may have not survived one of the deleting methods, sorry.
yeah, just the signature right there, we don't leave the time.
Okay, so what are we changing? We're taking out under number 1, we're taking out the last paragraph,
Yeah, that, shift duty.
and then on number,
8, we're gonna add within a 12-month period of the first offense.
okay,
And then 9, I don't know when you talking about at will or whatever.
In number 9, there's, it refers to rural fire protection,
Oh.
just in case we overlook that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it anywhere else.
I didn't see it anywhere else in this
Yeah,
particular
I see.
policy.
do we have, I thought we had it written somewhere that all paid employees are at-will employees.
It's in the handbook. I've seen it in the handbook at will employees. Now, this right here on number 9, it doesn't say in the existing policy about at will. I know the handbook mentions at will employees quite often.
Do we just need to revise this policy title to be something different?
Well, it's only applicable to the paid shift firefighters right now.
Right.
That's what this one is called, paid firefighters.
Full paid firefighters, would that work?
Full-time paid firefighters?
Could say at-will paid firefighters. I don't know, everybody's at will.
Yeah.
You get
Yeah.
down to it.
Right.
What's the best term, Joe? What do you guys want to be called?
Hey, you.
I know what the rest of the world calls us, but it doesn't really work well for the combination fire department.
I know, nothing works well for accommodation fire department. That's the problem.
Salary?
Well, we're not, are we on?
No.
We're not.
You're not salary.
No,
They're hourly.
Hourly? I mean,
they're not hourly.
No, everybody's hourly.
Or well,
Because they work an average.
we're currently at Kelly shift fire, according to the stuff the union gave you as far as the way the shift breaks down, it's called Kelly shift schedule.
Should you say 56-hour paid firefighter?
I think that might be a better idea.
56.
I think that might have actually been what we were talking about.
I think so.
3 platoon system?
3 platoon system, paid firefighter maybe.
Or you can say
56 hours is the same thing.
56-hour week paid firefighter.
Because we're paying firefighters whether they're volunteer or not, they're all getting something else, so my pension, I don't think.
We're even paying the volunteers.
You know,
So
What's wrong with paid firefighters?
Because as long as both volunteer and
nothing, I don't have a problem.
Why can't define their work week as being 56 hours a week?
Right.
So that's not gonna work. That's
Could
what's
we,
happening.
if we did call it paid firefighters, could we put in another section for volunteers?
You're gonna have to wind up
If
having
you-
separate
if you
set
pay
standards,
them-
period.
Not
That's
the
what I'm
Pay
trying to
only
tell
the
you. Doesn't matter
3,600,
if it's-
they're pensionable firefighters.
Well, the thing is, most of this stuff.
It's
is
their
done-
valuation or what it is.
So-
Yeah, we've got the evaluation set.
Paid
I know.
volunteer, simple.
That's, we gotta start.
That sounds simple to me, but I don't know that meets.
I would say 56-hour week paid firefighters. I would change the
What the
law.
state, what the
The
state.
pension, the pension. Because they don't have,
Yeah, 'cause see, when we hit 40,
Right.
that's all it is, paid firefighters.
I understand.
That's
That's when we first started hiring Dale on days. We've come a long way since then.
Yeah.
I think they spell it out in here, paid or volunteer, period.
They didn't,
And that's all.
but this policy right here is for 56-hour week paid firefighter. 56-hour week paid
A
firefighter.
separate policy for volunteers. Or the traditional volunteers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could probably just volunteer to get paid $7 a call, but they're paid $5.
According to the pension offices, they are. If they get $7 a call, they're a paid firefighter. Volunteer is too.
We can call it 56-hour paid firefighter. You want to do that?
I like that.
56-hour week.
Okay, do we need a motion?
Motion to adopt policy 302, paid firefighters, or 56-hour week paid firefighters, however Chief phrased it,
302?
Yeah.
with the modifications that we've discussed.
I'll say.
I think we've made modifications within the policy tonight, of some sort.
I think
This-
So now are we on to the disciplinary?
Wait a minute, all those in favor of the motion,
Aye.
say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
10:35, say aye.
Okay. All
I
right.
think we made progress tonight.
Starting to run out of time.
Motion
Yes,
passes.
we are.
That was 10:35.
10:35.
It feels like midnight.
Our next item is,
We just want to set a standard disciplinary form. All this is a standard disciplinary form. It's got the employee's name, the Department of State, date of warning, the violation of the rules, employee statement, action, whether it's a warning, suspension, so many days, final warning or discharge, and then there's a place for prior warnings. Go through, put the date, action, this will go in their file.
Right, this is just for personnel files.
Yeah, that's the personnel file, that's place for supervisor, employee signature, and witness signature, and then on the back page, it'll have plan of corrective actions. That is actually printed on the
Yeah, on the
back.
first
Yeah, we
floor.
just- yeah, on that right there.
I see.
We just need something to kind of get something down, hopefully they'll never have to use it. But, while we're doing policies, you know, it's something we need to get in place.
Should it say violation of department policies rather than rules? Does it matter? I don't.
We're
I don't
studying
know.
policies.
Well,
Well, not every.
they might not just
Or
violate.
slash policy?
Not every
rule slash-
rule is policy.
Right.
Yeah, we could say rules slash
Let's
policy.
say they did something unsafe on the fire scene. Is that a policy?
I bet you could tie it directly back to a policy somewhere, but I think just,
Well, one thing it does tie back to is the fire chief's responsibilities to ensure
Right.
safety on the scene. But there may not be, I mean,
A specific,
that could be all kinds of stuff.
right.
So we could just, put violation of rules/policy, and that way cover everything.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If it matters, I mean,
Rules and all policies.
That's fine. So what's the wording gonna be?
Rules/policy. That way it covers anything and everything.
An SOP would be a rule.
Okay,
That's what the SOG.
motion to adopt the disciplinary form, change it.
I'll second.
motion and second to adopt the disciplinary, employee disciplinary form. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
I'd like to say thank you for all those that worked hard on these
Yeah,
policies.
absolutely.
It takes a lot to get that done. I know what it takes.
it's not fun to sit here and go through these.
No, and
No, it's not.
and it's not fun to have people come along and nitpick and money more quarterback
Oh, that's
work
right.
either.
That's most policies I think we've ever done at one time.
Well, I'm gonna continue to kind of look.
But it's nice to have everybody's input.
I think that only
You know,
protects
It really is.
Our district,
And then you can't catch everything. There's a lot of times you just need to set eyes, you know.
Well, yeah, that's true. The thing is, we've got 4 paid guys, we've got volunteers, we're running more calls and everything else. We gotta get stuff in place for.
Just gotta keep pressing on here and we'll get it
We
cleaned
got
up.
We got to push on to be a true combination department, which
Right.
means the paid firefighters.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Well, it's only justice to them to have a standard. They need to have something in writing to know what they gotta live by and what they're expected to live by, you know.
That was my whole reasoning
Sure.
for presenting these and
Chief,
trying to get things done.
how many combination departments are there in Oklahoma? Do you know?
There's less than 10.
There's just a handful.
Yeah.
Are they all rural or?
No.
they're-
No, they are not.
No, Mustangs.
Seminole, was it a
Mustang.
combination? Mustang,
Piedmont's combination.
Mhm.
Deer Creek, yeah.
Seminole.
Yeah, Deer Creek's got a few guys
Deer
too.
Creek
They're
down,
not
yeah.
wrong.
Northwest Rogers County?
Well, that's Rogers
Northwest
County.
Rogers, and I think,
Claremont?
Richland is, of course, Deer Creek.
Have we talked to them, any of them, about, or maybe all of them, about the pension stuff and
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I don't know any of this.
Bob's talked to them too.
Then I'll just, gotcha.
I will tell you.
We're kind of blazing
We're
the trail.
probably blazing the trails here.
Roger that.
We're still head and shoulders ahead.
Okay.
Outstanding.
Next
He was
item
in
on
bad
the-
shape as Orion.
Next item on the agenda, folks, it's 10:40 right now. Next item on the agenda is to go into executive session.
Well, you
Pardon?
skipped FA.
FA, firefighter employee food shop reimbursement. Okay,
Where's that?
Well, it's not included in
not
here.
really
Okay.
a
But I
policy.
didn't make a policy.
Oh, I see it up there at the top. I'm
Um,
sorry, yeah.
well,
I was
we need to-
thinking since we're a healthcare organization
Mhm.
dealing with sick people, maybe it'd be a good idea for the board to offer to reimburse people who get flu shots. A lot of people don't.
Does,
Can we not get 'em?
Logan County, at one point in time, Logan County,
They used to come
the
down.
health department would come down and do it.
Yeah, I called up
Yeah.
there today and did get a call back from anybody yet.
They would come down, but they got upset because we would sign 10 up and then 3 or 4 people.
Three guys to show up.
Yeah.
So they'd still be willing to do it if we
They-
just
they
ran
might.
by. real quick.
What
about,
if we actually went
What about
up
Louis
there
Allen?
to their
At Homeland
department?
Pharmacy.
We could probably go up there and get them
I would
for
try
free.
that, yeah.
Gary
I don't
Ward
know if they do them for-
does them at Homeland.
I wonder if Gary could get me the vaccine, if I could get the vaccine through Gary, because I can get it through the health department, through the medical director.
You can get it?
Yeah. Yeah, he actually, the medical director actually put out a protocol, there's a protocol covering me administering that. I had just, everywhere I've come up to get a vaccine, I've come up to a dead end so far. But I wasn't thinking about Gary, I might contact Gary and see if he could do that, and we'll get a hands, and that would be the cheapest way to do it.
Well, not everybody will take one.
No,
Some guys
that's fine.
don't like it, they have a bad reaction to it, and they don't
Yeah.
want
They
one.
catch the flu.
Yeah, they just don't do well with it.
So,
Some of them will get a fever, and they do have, some people have bad reactions.
Yeah, some people do.
If
They
you're
don't
allergic
know.
to eggs,
I have
it's
to take
probably
one every
not
30
taken.
days.
And even if I had to go through the medical director and get a prescription, if he could get us the vaccine, we might do something like that. I'll try to talk to Gary tomorrow and see.
We need to do something to be, at least make them available,
Right.
reimbursement, whatever.
And
We need to encourage everybody to be.
even the TB screening,
Yeah,
and
that's good.
hepatitis, you know, type deal and stuff like that. I think we ought to make all that stuff available. These guys are exposed to every damn thing in the world out there when you go on these calls.
We used to get our Hep B shots at Logan County.
Yeah, that's what I say, I think.
They came down,
Still-
Well, the problem is, like, it's like what Kenny said, you have 10 guys sign up, and 3 only show up, and then they get upset.
It's
Yeah.
disheartening to them, you know.
Sure, well,
It's a
sure.
waste of time for
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
3 people.
Maybe reimbursement policy is the best way to do it. If you
Well,
want
that's
to
kind
get it,
of
bring
what we were
us a
thinking
receipt.
about on that right there.
I think that's more than appropriate.
Yeah.
What, I mean, encourage them to try to
I mean,
get it.
we can go up to Logan County Health Department one at a time and get it, and that's no big deal there.
Sure.
But if we could give it here, if I could get the vaccine, I am authorized to give it.
Okay.
And I'll check with Gary tomorrow and see what it would
What we
take.
don't want to do is what Kenny brought up and have everybody have everybody sign up, acquire the vaccine for
Right,
X amount of
I know.
people, and then we're stuck with it,
Yeah.
and we're in,
Yeah, because it ain't gonna last till next year.
Right, right. So
Yeah.
I think a reimbursement's the safest way
I
to.
do too. I do too.
Yeah.
That way, we don't have to worry about the serum
And then if they want to do it, they can go get
You've
it.
got enough to worry about, chief. You don't need to be a doctor.
Yeah, go
Let's
home
so
and-
we know how much it's gonna cost.
Yeah, set a dollar amount of what, $20 or $25, what it
$25 I
is.
think is what it
We'll
cost.
reimburse up to this much, go get
I
it.
think
bring
we're
your
up to
receipt.
$25 right now.
That's what my company does.
And I think we
Go
also
wherever you
ought
want
to
to
offer like
go.
a TB screening too.
All you
Well,
gotta get
yeah,
is
we get that at
25
Health
or
Department.
20 bucks.
Are you getting them?
We're supposed to be, yeah, we're getting ready, all of our new guys are.
What about
We're
Hep
getting
B?
ready to get our other guys, yeah, I've got to talk to the Logan County
I
Mercy
mean, all
Hospital
the
up there.
feces and everything else you're
Right.
exposed to, I'm not trying to be gross, I'm just, it's just, that's the real world, that's the real medical world.
It
It's
is.
just a fact.
Especially that me and Dale.
Joe's grinning over there.
Never heard?
Well, I have to get them every year because if you teach EMT classes in the state, you're required by law.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't have a choice, I gotta get one.
I'll say.
Yeah, that's
So did you
where
have a
everybody's
policy
gonna be.
in clear on that?
Medicare
No,
pays for mine.
I can make one.
School
Or
pays for mine. I'm
just
good.
make a,
I make a motion that
Yes.
if an employee, I can't make a motion, that's mine.
I'll make a motion that if an employee desires a flu shot, we will be happy to reimburse them not to exceed $25.
I'll do that.
And have them bring a receipt.
Exactly.
Well, they'll have
They'll
to bring
need
a receipt.
Show proof of the shot.
That ain't no problem, she's got paid cash.
Some of them, if, where they go, they return it.
I'll second it.
If they have, that's it, if they have to pay for it.
Yeah.
They need to make that difference.
Right, they need to have a receipt.
Oh, yeah, if they have.
Okay,
And not everybody has to pay for it.
don't win the motion, we got a second to pay for flu shots at $25. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Now then, do I hear a motion to go into executive
Most
session?
of those executive sessions get over with.
And I'll send an email out tomorrow, letting everybody know that they can go get the flu shot.
What time is it?
It's 22:47.
Okay.
10:47.
47.
One of them, I got that.
On that, hey, we'll work that for next month.
Just found 2 things.
Let's scratch that off.
We're gonna take turns each time, but
Do I hear a motion to
Motion come back in order.
Second.
return to open session? We've got a motion and a second to return to open session at
11:42.
11:42. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back in regular session. We went into executive session to discuss the IAFF contract, to discuss the fire chief's performance review and pay. Okay, so we had a discussion on the contract. Do I hear any motions on item A?
Which one's on? That is, that's the chief.
Oh, the fire chief. Yes. I make a motion that we hire Tim Townsend as a full-time paid fire chief. At this time, at a salary of $50,000 a year.
Okay. Motion, do I hear a second?
A second.
Got a motion and a second to hire Fire Chief Tim Townsend full-time at a rate of $50,000 per year. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes. Congratulations, I think.
What was the effective date?
Be going to affect the next pay period today. What is that, 22nd, Christie?
Yeah,
Well,
I think that's what it
Tim?
was. Next pay period, 22nd, I think, what it said.
21st, 22nd?
Well, it won't be this week. It'll be next
22nd.
week. 22nd.
Is that when it starts, Bud?
Yeah, 22nd.
Okay. Okay, and we'll have to contact them down there about taking pension money out and all that kind of thing
Okay.
for him and for us to pay both. I mean, but you'll have to let them know that this changes whenever it takes effect and
You may
everything.
have to take a physical.
Yeah, and I've got, there'll be a, what is that thing? It's Form 14, what was it? It'll have to be filled out.
It's on the website, you just print it off.
Yeah, it's in here, I've got it. I've got the information someplace, I've got to dig it out, what they told us, it's on that yellow tablet. Let's see if I can find it, if I don't have it. There's a form that's gonna have to be filled out, we can contact the pension office and make sure we're getting everything done right. And if you did a physical whenever you came to the department, correct, as a volunteer?
Not in 2000, we did.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, did you do one? Okay, well, you will need to complete one of those.
Okay.
We'll have to have a regular, we'll have to go ahead and schedule and get you a regular physical done then.
Yeah.
So back in 2000, they didn't do that.
Hmm.
Okay, all right. That was before my time. So we will need to get that accomplished, okay? And I guess we can use whoever it is we've been using, or they gave us the name of a guy.
They have a doctor.
Yes, but they have a regular doctor that they use. So I can get you all that information tomorrow.
Tom from McNeil.
Knick- I think it's Caniglione, I think it's the guy's name. So he gave us all that information. I think it's a Form 14.
13 and 14.
13, 14, something like that, yeah, we'll have to get that, so.
Okay.
So, anyway.
All right. Next item is new business. Anybody have any new business?
We've had an offer on the ambulance for $1,500. I know you guys put a price of $2,000 on it, we advertised it. Had a couple of, $1,000 and then one for 15.
They were both 1,000, I told them they both have 1,000, so one guy offered 15.
Does ELC still need that? Would they still like to have it?
I'm sure they would.
They should have the funds to do it, or?
Well, they're a state funded agency, so you know what the state's going through right now.
Right. I don't know, $1,500 isn't gonna break us either way. ELC has done a lot for us.
All they have.
I wouldn't be opposed to just giving it to them or selling it to them for $1 or whatever we need to do, if we can do that. You know, you think they would accept that for you?
Oh, I'm sure they would. I just don't want to drive it down there.
I was gonna say, the only condition is that Joe drives it down
Yeah,
there.
that's why I'm just like, I take $1,500.
You give 60, huh?
Yeah.
And he gonna have to pay.
I think they kind of even have to go for $1 or something, the way they got a word for it.
Well, it's something that we don't use. We thought it was a good deal. What did we get for that, Kenny?
25.
Yeah.
Say, we already declared it surplus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think if we have another state agency that wants to use it, then I say that's where we need to go with it.
Motion to give it to EOC? Do we give it to them or sell it?
Or sell it for $1, excuse me.
You can't give anything away, you have to sell it to them.
They can surely give us $1 out of petty cash.
Oh,
Well, that's kind of like the stolen, you can't hold it for $1.
So,
You couldn't give
well, they've done an awful lot to help us out. You're just like a lot of the agencies, different people have, so. I certainly will have
You don't think Sue would want it back, do you?
He's on
I
board.
promise you that Sooner does not want that back.
Why, not because you're a board member, you don't
Because
want
I am a board member of the Sooner Fire Department.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want it.
When did you inherit that illustrious role?
I was voluntold about 2 months ago.
Well, you're in hot seat now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, somebody make a motion? Joel made a motion to sell it to EOC for $1.
Did you second?
I'll second.
So we had a motion to sell, second to sell to EOC for $1. Is that gonna offend the people that
I don't know, they just wrote me off Craigslist. I have no idea, I'll just say, sorry, another offer.
Yeah.
They got another offer. I don't know. I'll make something up.
had a
Better offer.
motion and second to sell it to EOC for $1? Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's gone. Will you notify them?
I probably can.
Okay. You got their number?
Maybe.
Was there no action on the IAFF?
No action was taken on either. Just a discussion. Okay, any other new business? Tim, anything else?
I think that's it.
Chris,
You raised your hand when.
I do have one question.
Sure.
That's about me.
And, don't need to answer, but just, I know we've had budgeted for 2 firefighters. With the bringing on of the chief, how do y'all foresee that affecting things?
Don't know yet.
He'll probably be one of the two.
Okay.
That's why that's my opinion as the treasurer, because it's just, you know, to offset the difference in it. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. We're just gonna have to reevaluate everything. I wish I had better answers for you, Joe, right now, until we get something defined on this station over here and this pension thing. I don't even know where we're at. I mean, it's a guess at best. So if we could just get a couple of these things cleared up, real quick, I'm trying as hard as I know how to do it. But if we get a couple of definitive answers on some of this stuff, we'll know we can sit down and crunch the dollars hard and we can get them. I'm ready to get them for you yesterday. I wish I could hire them today for you, but I don't know. I know we gotta have, the board's position was that we just needed a full-time chief at this point. With all the policy implementation and everything just has to take place right now and demands it's placed on it. It's just necessary. This board.
I understand what you're saying.
So-
I can definitely see where you're coming from.
Sure.
I do have one additional question. and I'll
Sure.
leave it alone.
He will fight fire.
No, I mean,
He will do CPR. Okay.
does it take him to, will he be given the standard chief hours of, traditional 8 to 5 kind of stuff? Or is he gonna just continue to function the way he is?
He'll have basic office hours.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, he'll have basic office hours and that kind of thing, but it'll be, flexible because
We're short-staffed. Yeah.
well, just where he's at and what he's got to do. And just like you guys, and we were talking about before, if he's up all night fighting fire, he may have to sleep till noon the next day and come in, whatever. You just got to do what you got to do, to function. But, he'll be accountable to us, and he's a salaried employee, just let you know that. He doesn't get overtime, okay, or any of that kind of stuff. He gets what he gets. If he works, 75 hours this week, well, he just works 75 hours this week. And he doesn't have any downtime or standby time, or whatever you call it. He just got to work that many that week.
Any other new business? All right,
Before he goes to midnight.
next meeting is December the 8th. We need to approve the normal things, Station 1 remodel, property brush pumper, volunteer firefighter pension, VHF radio discussion. Was there any of those policies that we deferred? We did.
Cell phone. Cell phone.
We'll need to put that on there for next time. And
IFF.
when those, make those changes on the policies, I think I can go ahead and sign them, can I?
Yes, I
Yeah.
have them ready for you.
They're already approved.
It'll be probably Thursday before I get back over. I have to leave that early in the morning.
Okay.
And then we need to put on there to declare the beds or the worker beds, so.
Okay.
We'll take care of you. You got those?
No, I haven't. I've been tied up.
We'll have 2016 meeting dates on there.
Schedule those and set them.
Christian and I had talked about that a little bit, about, instead of having to change the location, that the first few would probably go ahead and schedule here.
Yeah,
She
it's
doesn't
fine.
have to post an extra,
That's
or have to go up there or whatever.
Yeah. Just schedule for here, and then we can still meet over
Through
here.
February or March.
Probably
Yeah.
in March.
I just set it up for the first quarter, and then we can meet over here, and then,
Yeah.
If
we can
we
wait
back
that
over
long.
there, we can change it.
We can wait, yeah. We can,
Always submit a amended list.
Okay, anything else? on
we've
this
already
agenda?
had, and we've already had our report from the fiscal year auditor, so we were ahead of the game. Our secretary was on the ball. We've never had that before.
Okay, anything else? Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Got a motion second to adjourn, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
11:54.
All right. Skin of our teeth.
It's nice to have a goal to get finished by.